for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is April 13th. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are thankful for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and everlasting power on these your people. Continue now, Lord, to give them your grace and your mercy. Bless now our leaders, give them direction, courage, and strength. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda, 22-0206, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda to be removed, Madam Clerk?
I don't have any.
All right, Commissioners, anything on the consent agenda? In the absence of that?
I do. I have something.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to remove item 220208,
What page, sir?
page 2 of 14.
Page 2, item number
220208.
220208. All right, any other items, Commissioners? Any other items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item to be added to today's regular meeting agenda, 22-0268, discussion, closing of Wellstar Hospital in South Fulton, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, I'd like to add that today there's some issues that we need to be brought to the attention of the full board, not from an emergency point of view with respect to that hospital closing. So that will take 5 affirmative votes to do so. I respectfully ask that it be added. Let's vote, please. The motion is to add that item to the agenda. Seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
Okay, there it is.
What?
Okay, and the vote is open to add item 0268. And the motion fails. 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
On page 6, regular meeting agenda, 22-0226, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 items to be revised on today's regular meeting agenda. On page 6, 22-0228, we're removing 2 proclamations. Proclamation recognizing Elise Richmond Shockley Appreciation Day and Mackenzie Thompson. Those proclamations will be moved to the April 20th recess meeting. On page 8, 22-0239, registration and elections, the requested action has been revised. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder for the printing of Dominion Voting Systems election ballots for the 2022 general, municipal, and special elections and runoffs. On page 8, 22-0239 at the bottom. It's been revised. The requested action was changed.
Okay.
Do we
Anything
have
else?
that information?
Yes, it should be in your add-on folder.
All right.
Anything else? Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, item 22, I'd like to request that item 220259,
Which page?
which is on page 12 of 14, be removed from the agenda. I realize this is a commissioner's action item, but it's not an item that's appropriate for discussion here. It should be in the purview of executive session.
Which one?
220259.
2202.
59.
Okay. Executive session.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other items, Commissioner Ellis?
No, sir.
Anything else? All right, Commissioner Houseman?
I know that we have a lot of our constitutional officers that have items on the agenda today, including our Superior Court Chief Judge. I would just ask that if they're in attendance, that the agenda be amended to allow them that item to be called while they're here, rather than have them sitting here all day.
Any objections? Commissioner Ellis?
If we are to do that, Mr. Chair, I think a lot of those items all relate to a similar topic, and there are about 5 to 6 items. I think they would all need to be jointly heard together. So
Well, then
if-
I guess as a
if that winds up
courtesy-
being the case.
Yeah, I'm fine with putting them all together. I just think
Yeah.
that we should have a plan here so that we don't have people sitting around all day.
I'm just saying, if we bring up one, we probably should address all 6 or 7, because
Let's bring
they're,
them all together
Yeah.
and get this over with.
I
Okay,
don't know that
just-
they're grouped
Let's
together at
wait,
this
let's
point.
just hold it. All right, Commissioner Morris?
Just for clarity, we're not asking that we amend the agenda at that time, but we're going ahead and stating today that when they're here, we'll go ahead and take them at that point.
Yeah, there's 3 items, 235,
What page,
236, and
Commissioner Houseman?
237,
Vice Chair,
238.
What page? They're all
On
on
page
page
8.
8? What are the items?
235 through 238.
They're all grouped together, that's already on here, but I just, you never know how long something's going to take, and if we're going to something that's really long, I would just ask that we pause and allow this portion of the agenda to occur, and then resume the agenda.
Well, this seems to be early on the agenda,
Yeah.
so they're all right there together. We just take them. They're here, they're here.
All right.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes, I object. I formally object to item 22-0259 being
What page?
removed on page 12, and I would like the county attorney to give me why a commissioner's discussion item, action item can be removed by another commissioner.
Item 220259 appears to be a discussion item that pertains to a matter that was previously determined to be a discussion of potential litigation. And so it was determined to be more appropriately discussed in executive session.
Okay, appropriately discuss an executive session without knowing what I'm discussing pertaining to it. And I would further, for the sitting and viewing public, I did ask you to get back to me in a timely manner so I can let the constituents know my position on it. we're going to the 40-day mark, and you have not responded to me in a timely manner. When we were in executive session, that's the purpose of me asking you that, and I have not received, you are the county attorney for this entire board. I have not received any information. I would have appreciated it if you had responded to what I said to you and asked you to get back in touch with me in a timely manner.
Okay, so.
The objection still remains,
All right,
Chairman.
There is an objection to this, but Commissioner Ellis asked that this be heard in executive session. It was an item of discussion in executive session, so I'm going to rule that it's appropriate for this to be heard in executive session.
Well, let me
Any
ask you
objection?
this. Can
Is there any
it
objection?
not be heard in executive session, and then I come out here for the viewing audience and still have it as a discussion item per what is discussed in executive session? Is that not out of fairness to a sitting commissioner who has requested a response from the county attorney, and 40-day mark has come and I have not received it? So I'm asking in fairness to a sitting commissioner who represents 175,000 constituents, that if it is determined in executive session that I should not have it on the agenda at that time, I will oblige.
We will discuss this in executive session, and depending on what is decided in executive session, if further discussion is desired, necessary, then we can have that in the public, but it will first go to executive session.
That's fine, I have no problem with that. I just do not want it to be taken off the agenda wholly by another commissioner that does not represent my district if I'm not going to have an opportunity to speak what I need to speak for my constituents.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, on the full agenda as amended, let's vote, please. Commissioner Morris, motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote on the agenda as amended.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention, to adopt today's regular meeting agenda as amended.
Madam Clerk, my screen is frozen. I was going to vote yes, but my
Yes.
screen was frozen.
That's 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0227, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, March 2nd, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, March 16th, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, April 1st, 2022.
All right, what's your pleasure? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk, while he's fixing my machine, I vote yes.
So noted, Vice Chairman. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0228, presentations of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Boss Girls, Inc. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, it's 10:13. We allow the 30 minutes for these proclamations. 10:13 a.m.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to remain sitting here. As some of you know, I've had surgery recently, so I'm not going to try to stand up there.
Okay.
But it's not through any lack of respect and for the proclamation.
Oh, they're coming down. They're coming down. Yeah, they're coming down.
Good morning. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation, and it was my pleasure to attend your event and hear you speak on your vision and your mission and how you came to create this nonprofit organization. I'm so proud of you. And the proclamation reads, whereas Boss Girl Incorporated is a 501c3 charitable organization inspired by young, audacious leaders whose mission is to turn a girl into a boss. And whereas Boss Girl Incorporated was founded to educate and empower young girls to dream bigger and use their abilities and voice to impact income inequality for women. And whereas today there are over 600 billionaires in the United States, with only 13% of them being women, and only 2 of them are Black women, Oprah Winfrey and Rihanna. And whereas Boss Girl Incorporated serves girls in grades 6 through 12 through 5 programs: financial and economic literacy, personal development, health and wellness, and global travel. And they also introduce professional experts to facilitate their workshops in person and virtually, and teach young ladies the academics and hard truths of wealth accumulation and social influence. And whereas Boss Girl Incorporated was founded by Zara Kemp when she was 11 years old, she is an A student who was awarded the Principal's Award from her school, and is a member of both the National Beta Club and Junior National Honor Society, and is the president of the DECA Club, and enjoys learning about stocks and foreign currency, and is currently writing a financial book titled Young People Trade Too. For fun, she enjoys dancing, roller skating, and cooking, and aspires to be a leading investor in women in business. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Boss Girl Incorporated for their support and encouragement of the potential of young women in our community, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2020 as Boss Girl Incorporated Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you for giving me this absolutely proclamation. And I just want to say for the people who in here who have a girl who are needed to just dream bigger and who need help to find their way and just becoming their better selves, Boss Girl is always here, because we do have the most strongest sisterhood that is presented in Boss Girl. And if you need our girl, we're here. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you. And we're here to inspire more girls.
Hold on, let me get one more. Sorry.
The next proclamation is recognizing Captain Planet Foundation Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Can we have some on each side? You guys want to stay together? 3 and 3. Yes, there we go. Whereas Captain Planet Foundation was launched in 1991 at Turner Broadcasting System when executive producer Barbara Pyle negotiated a percentage of the show's merchandising revenue to engage and empower young people around the world to solve problems that adversely affect the planet. And whereas Captain Planet Foundation is both a grant-making and programmatic 501c3 foundation that has funded over 3,300 hands-on environmental education projects with schools and nonprofits that serve children in all 50 states and in 35 countries all over the world. More than 1.6 million children have participated in these projects, and more than 10.5 million have been positively impacted. And whereas Captain Planet Foundation prioritizes and values community inclusion, collaboration, market responsiveness, rigor, and knowledge sharing. And whereas Captain Planet Foundation has consistently expanded to include Project Learning Garden, which transforms schoolyards into outdoor learning laboratories, Project Giving Gardens, which partners with local community gardens to grow fresh produce for the Atlanta Community Food Bank, and neighborhood food pantries and local families, and several other projects, including Project Hero, Ocean Heroes Boot Camp, and Network. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Captain Planet Foundation for their groundbreaking work to encourage youth engagement in the mission to protect and save our planet for future generations, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2020 as Captain Planet Foundation Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We just had our 30th birthday, and so we're really proud and honored to be based right here in Atlanta, Georgia, and to be doing all of this great work for the communities right here in Atlanta and also around the world. And we're very grateful. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing I'm a Father First Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
I just saw them. I see them right there. I'm a Father First, please come down. Did y'all run?
Hey, sorry.
No, that's okay.
My brother. What the brothers with us? Call everybody.
Everybody who's here for I'm a Father First, please come down. Come and join us. Hey, how are you?
I'm a nephew.
Come on down, everybody.
Bro, right here. Come on down here.
All right.
You dressed up for a reason. Pink, why you come standing with us? You work with us? You got a lot of hostile faces in your place.
That's all right.
Always. Mama Lewis. Let me get my mama.
All right. All right. It was an honor to have I'm a Father First participate in my annual youth conference called Empowering Young Men to Excel because of the outstanding work that they do. The Securing the Bag workshop was a delight to all of the young men who attend Atlanta Public Schools, Fulton County Schools, and the charter and private schools in Fulton County. It was a great success. And so it's an honor to present this proclamation to the founders and to the supporters of this nonprofit organization. Whereas I'm a Father First was founded in 2017 by Atlanta natives and best friends Keith A. Lewis Jr. and Jermaine Todd Clark to show the world that their drive, commitment, and passion stem from one central factor, being a father first. And whereas I'm a Father First promotes individual and collective success for fathers relative to mentorship, brotherhood, and access to opportunities to empower, enhance, enrich, and improve their chances of being fathers. And whereas I'm a Father First connects resources with critical community needs in an authentic effort to change lives and eradicate socioeconomic barriers in underserved and underrepresented communities, and stands on the principle, we are the village. Whereas Lewis and Clark started out by offering free haircuts to children in their neighborhood and later started mentoring local boys, many of whom came from single-parent homes, and has since expanded from haircuts and mentorship to teaching business skills. They also have provided over 225,000 lunches and dinners through their food distribution program, Meals of Love. And whereas since its inception in 2017, I'm a Father First has mentored over 5,000 young kings, cut over 2,500 young kings' hair, awarded $500 scholarships to several graduates, created a curriculum for Black and brown boys to be able to excel in life beyond school, hired over 100 employees, and created an entrepreneur pathway for young kings to become producers and not consumers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes I'm a Father First for their efforts to mentor and empower fathers in Fulton County to make fatherhood their first priority, and celebrates with them on the occasion of their 5th anniversary, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2020, as I'm a Father First Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
How long I got? 30 seconds? Tell me how long I got. Please don't tell me. You want to go first? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. But they dry. Good afternoon. They like church. All right, guys. I'm Keith Lewis Jr. I'm the founder.
Jermaine Todd, co-founder.
And these are a lot of my brothers, a lot of my sisters I see in the community, a lot of people that we serve with. So I want to thank Fulton County Commissioner Natalie Hall for doing this honor. I want to thank my mama, Deborah Lewis, for being here, Commissioner Rod Pitts, and all the chairmen and all the people up here. But my people that we serve from Black Man Lab on Monday night at the Andrew and Walter Young YMCA, my people that we serve on South Side of Atlanta with DJ Dre, it's a lot of people that get overlooked as we help these babies right here. So I met this baby boy yesterday, and I would love for him to have 15 seconds to tell y'all what this program means to the city. You mind giving him something so I won't say nothing wrong? You scared? Yeah. You scared? Y'all give him a round of applause for some confidence. Tell him your name, your grade, and what you felt from meeting me yesterday and why are you here today.
My name is Savion, and what I learned from them yesterday is like it's not just about just like doing stuff just to do it. It's like you gotta take the time and listen to what they're saying, and then use that time and put it to yourself. So, yeah.
And what do you want to learn? I'm gonna tell them about Project 66.
So I'm trying to get into trade. I'm trying to get into trading and learn how to do that, so I can build myself up and become a millionaire before I'm 18.
And what was the question I asked you that got you here? Who all is doing stuff what?
You said what?
I asked you who all is doing what. Why are you with me today?
I'm with him to help him learn more strategies.
No. I asked you who is doing what that can get them where.
Oh, I'm doing project managing.
No.
What are you talking
Yesterday, I asked the class, who's doing things that can end them up in prison? Guys, I went to prison at, how old, mama? 22? Let's not talk about it. So it's traumatizing for my mother. And as a black man, I want to see less women be traumatized from this prison system. So at the end of the day, guys, we serve our community. Hey, Sonya. We serve our community to make sure we connect with leaders. I'm thankful for Senator Kelly Loeffler, who gave us $1 million to feed the hood. I'm thankful for the brothers who sat to the side and they said, Keith, I'm with you, like Brother Craig. He teaches swimming. So guys, I got a lot of community leaders here, and I just want to challenge you all to get involved with us or somebody, because we're going to do the work, y'all going to do the work, and y'all young people, I commend y'all for being the future, because there's a lot of men out here that need to see positive examples of black men and women. So please be that light everywhere you go. That's it. Summer program, Project City Seat, what you want to tell them? Take a picture, what we doing? Who's taking a picture?
The next proclamation is recognizing Talina Sexton Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
This us right? That ain't us?
All right. And can we have Talina Saxton and the members of her family join us, please? Oh, look at that. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Talina. You know you can't be all the way over there. We have two Talinas here. This is generations. It's good to see you. It's an honor to present this proclamation to you. I'm going to tell you how this happened really quick. I was at, I'm a Father First, took me to a place that was built by the residents and a young man named Jay Morrison. And Talina was the person there giving us the tour of the facility. And we just started kind of talking and everything. And she said, my grandmother is a resident, I think, in your district. And she just had, you know, a 90th birthday. And I said, oh my gosh, we have to honor her. And she was just filled with joy. She immediately worked with my chief of staff, Anita Harris, and I to make sure that we got you here today, because turning 90 is absolutely something we want to commemorate and celebrate. So it is an honor to present you with this. And the proclamation reads, whereas Talina Saxton was born in Washington, Georgia, and relocated to Atlanta at the age of 16 and worked at the original Varsity Restaurant. And whereas Talina graduated from Carver High School at the location of the original Clark University and later became certified in food and catering at Atlanta Area Technical School. And whereas Talina started her own business, Saxton Catering Company, and was one of the first black cooks to prepare meals in the Georgia governor's mansion under the administration of Governor Jimmy Carter. She also prepared meals for Mayor Ivan Allen Jr., Lady Bird Johnson, Lucille Ball, the Haverdys, and a group of Russian astronauts, among many others. And whereas Talina shared her talents through volunteering to feed the homeless and preparing meals for several nonprofit organizations, civil rights marches, and for the NAACP and the SCLC, both of which she is a member. She has also been a financial supporter of Must Ministries for over 10 years, Narcotics Anonymous for over 30 years, and the City of East Point for over 18 years. And whereas Talina joined the Greater Elm Street Baptist Church when she arrived in Atlanta and followed Reverend Jackson to Jackson Memorial Baptist Church, she later co-founded the Greater New Light Missionary Baptist Church on Campbellton Road, which recently celebrated their 50th anniversary. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Talina Saxton for her tireless work and dedication to her community and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2022 as Talina Saxton Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And happy belated 90th birthday.
Thank y'all. Thank you, city. Thank my granddaughter. She always wants to do something for me or say something about me. So I am very appreciative today, and I'm honored. Thank you for having my family with me.
Come on, we're gonna take this picture. She needs a tissue too.
The next proclamation is recognizing Samuel Washington Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
You know, juvenile court got a lot going on over there. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Truly a pleasure to have the opportunity to present this proclamation today. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas Samuel Washington began his career at Fulton County in April of 1993 as a juvenile probation officer, then was promoted to supervising probation officer in 2005, and was later promoted to his current role of juvenile probation deputy chief in 2008, where he managed the daily operations of the juvenile court. And whereas he has been instrumental in Fulton County Juvenile Court, leading many groundbreaking programs such as Smart Moves Chess, LEAP, and the founder of the diversion program, TLC, every Saturday since 2006. And whereas he is highly regarded by his colleagues as a court professional with great integrity, professionalism, and high standards, whose main goal is to ensure that all families who enter the juvenile court system are treated fairly and respectfully. And whereas his commitment to public service and passionate advocacy for Georgia's young people have left an enduring legacy and will be missed by all who have worked with him over the past 29 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes Samuel Washington for a career of dedicated service, integrity, and advocacy for young people and their families, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2022, as Samuel Washington Appreciation Day. I think we got a typo in there, but we are most definitely so happy to honor you and to celebrate you today.
And I want to give extra congratulations to you, Samuel. You know, for the years that I've been here, not only as Chief of Staff to the late Commissioner Joan Garner, but as a commissioner myself, you've always served the youth. You've always stepped up to serve. And my initial first meeting with you was at the Friendship Baptist Church, where you were literally speaking to a crowded room of individuals and just talking about how we need to save our children and how we need to stop putting them in jail, how we need to stop this system of taking the kids from school to jail, knowing by the third grade how many of our children are going to end up in prison. And you have tirelessly spent your time trying to stop that and move our children to success. So I want to thank you for your years of service and your dedication to helping me with my youth conferences every year. It is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you all. So a few years ago, I noticed that we needed to pay more attention to the issue with kids who come through the juvenile court having so many difficulties with school, navigating the school process and the education system. And so we started a process, we call it 1011 Care. Actually, we call it the Learning Club. And a professional tutor worked with us and advised us that the kids that we were seeing were not incompetent academically. The social skills were where they were lacking. So I went to the universities, the Atlanta University Center, and solicited support from those young people. And for the last 15 years, they've been coming to the juvenile court every Friday night and Saturday and providing those social skills that are so desperately needed for our kids. They're here now, and because they are so dedicated to what we've done, I'm being appreciated. So I appreciate you all, right? And I appreciate the support that I've gotten from juvenile court as a launching pad for a system for promoting kids academically, and we intend to carry this work on. So thank you so much.
Ready for the picture?
The next proclamation is recognizing Tri-Cities Boys Basketball Championship Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, good to see y'all. Let's get half on one side and half on the other. We appreciate y'all coming out. All right, good to see. All right. This is absolutely great, celebrating our young people today. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas on Thursday, March 10th, 2022, at the Macon Centerplex in Macon, Georgia, the boys varsity basketball team from Tri-Cities High School won the school's first state 5A championship in 4 seasons, defeating Eagles Landing with a 67-59 victory. And whereas the Tri-Cities Bulldogs led by 11 points after 3 quarters, but the Eagles closed the gap to 2 points with 40 seconds left on the clock. And whereas senior Simeon Cottle, a Kennesaw State signee, scored 5 points in the final 30 seconds for a total of 16 points. Corey Mincy scored 19 points, and Noriko Danner scored 13 points. And whereas the Bulldogs scored 8 of 9 free throws at the line during the final minute to hold off the Eagles and win the 5A Georgia State title. And whereas under the leadership of their head coach, Amari Forts, the Bulldogs avenged last year's championship game loss to Eagles Landing and brought home this year's championship trophy to place alongside their championship trophy from 2019, strengthening the Bulldogs' legacy of excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners congratulates the boys basketball team at Tri-Cities High School for their outstanding season and teamwork that propelled them to the Georgia 5A State Championship title, and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, April 13th, 2022, Tri-City Boys Basketball Championship Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give them another big round of applause.
We'd just like to say briefly, thank you all for having us. I want to say a special thanks to these young men for giving us the opportunity to be here. We would not be here without the work and sacrifices you all put in at 6 o'clock in the morning every day. Special thanks to all the commissioners who've invited us here, Commissioner Arrington. And I want to say our last thanks to Chairman Pitts. We had a very close game against Chapel Hill. We were down 5 points with 20 seconds left. So for him to be in the building with us, supporting us in person means the world to us. We appreciate your presence. Thank you all very much.
The last proclamation is recognizing Woodward Academy Girls Basketball Championship Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Welcome, ladies, welcome.
Both sides, ladies. Boy, I tell you, it's nothing like having multiple champions in the house. Appreciate it. I just want to take this opportunity while Talina Saxton's family is still here. Miss Saxton was my neighbor for 10 years. and stood on picket lines with me and actually was the star witness in my candidacy case. So I think I saw her granddaughter. We appreciate her 90th birthday and also the fact that she was a part of Cativo Drive. Now let me go on to the business at hand. This is a proclamation whereas the Woodward Academy Lady War Eagles girls basketball team, led by Coach Kim Lawrence, performed at a high level throughout their 2021-2022 campaign, ending their season with their second, you can clap for that, their second consecutive championship title. And whereas the Woodward Academy girls basketball squad, featuring Georgia signee Sydney Bowles, took on several of the toughest teams in the state, including Coffee County, Calhoun, Jackson of Atlanta, and Warner Robins on their way to the 5A state finals. And whereas on Thursday, March 10th, 2022, in Macon, the Lady War Eagles clinched the 2022 Girls 5A Georgia High School Association State Championship in dramatic fashion, like they always do, defeating Region 3-5A rival Forest Park with a 72-44 blowout victory. And whereas the 2022 GHSA Class 5A title was the 5th state championship in the program's history. I'm going to back that up and say it one more time because I need you all to put your hands together. The 2022 GHSA Class 5A title was the 5th state championship in the program's history and is second since 1999, strengthening the Lady War Eagles' legacy of excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners congratulate the superstar varsity girls basketball team at Woodward Academy for their second straight championship and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 13th, 2022 as Woodward Academy Lady War Eagles Varsity Don't Mess With Us Girls Basketball Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that awesome proclamation. Thank you all to the Board of Commissioners for recognizing the girls. Thank you, ladies, for your hard work and your dedication, and most importantly, your buy-in this season. And to my 6 seniors, thank you all for the legacy that you're leaving us. Love you. Thank you all.
On page 7, public hearings, 22-0229, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 11 11 speaker cards.
How many?
11.
11.
Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Dr. Arthur Ferdinand, Judge Cassandra Kirk, Jewel Johnson, Richard Snellings, and Al Bartel.
All right, as usual, when you have 30 seconds remaining in your 2-minute strike that 15 seconds, I will simply say 15 minutes. That's your cue to terminate your remarks. That applies to everyone except elected officials. Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Arthur Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner. Members of the board, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you for making salary adjustments to the employees in Fulton County. This came at a time of great stress in my organization and is truly greatly appreciated. So I want to thank you, the board, for that. I also want to thank the county manager, the CFO, and the Human Resource Director, I got it right? For doing the groundwork to make this all happen. But your work is not all done yet. We still have a lot of employees to go. And I hope that in the mid-term adjustment, or mid-year adjustment, we consider the rest of our employees. Again, thank you very much. It was very, very well appreciated by the employees and by the organization executives. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Board of Commissioners, good morning. I am Cassandra Kirk. I serve as the Chief Magistrate Judge in Fulton County. I appear before you today to thank you for the resources that you all have provided to the Magistrate Court and the other justice partners over the last 2 years. And I also am here to request consideration of our part-time judges in the judicial compensation increases which are being discussed in Agenda Item 0237 today. This Board of Commission created our part-time judges as employees of the county, not as independent contractors, and set their rate of pay at $50 per hour. Our 22 part-time judges are integral members of the Magistrate Court team. Exclusively, they handle court activities overnight, weekends, and approximately 50% of our weekday calendars and obligations. It is through efforts of both our full and part-time judges that we were able to clear the 30,000 small claims backlog in 2018, and that we continue to produce the case closure rates that you all see today. Our part-time and full-time magistrate judges operate with little support staff and have worked together in case-specific teams to address COVID-held cases and writs. We have addressed thousands of writs since 2019, including assessing and analyzing ripe lists, those for ripeness and execution during the pandemic and beyond. Writ fees alone allow the county to collect $75 per writ. These part-time judges have worked 2,500 hours in 2021 alone to keep our AMV, landlord-tenant, and garnishment cases consistent with the court's time to disposition standards. For our magistrate court users, the resources provided through ORCA and the county's reopening funds, parties are able to see judges and case resolutions sooner, and our court has continued to run. In fact, our 2019 forward case closure rate is over 80%, thanks to the resources you all have provided. Over 200,000 cases have been filed in magistrate court since 2019. We have experienced challenges in retention, technology, and staffing. 1/3 of the 30 magistrate judges that began with us in 2019 have left our service for other jobs where they can make more money. That is a loss to our county, that is a loss of training dollars, and it is a loss of morale to our team. I want to thank you, as I said, for the expected raises for our full-time judges, which will improve morale and acknowledge the work of our team. And today, I also ask that you consider including our part-time judges in the compensation increases being considered by the judge. The raises, as well as your generous delivery of resources to the magistrate court, are greatly appreciated, and we will continue to use those resources wisely and efficiently. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jewel Johnson. I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane in the city of South Fulton. I'm here this morning because I am representing myself as a citizen and not a candidate. I'm also representing the extraordinary women of South Fulton, whereas I am the president. I had sent each one of the commissioners a letter asking you to join with me in asking Mr. Pitts to step down from being over the Board of Election. He has inserted himself there, and he's a candidate now. That means that is a conflict of interest. People, no one in Fulton County will have a fair election with Mr. Pitts being over the Board of Elections, no matter how you slice it and dice it, with the facade of having a board that is over that. We know and we understand Fulton County has had problems with their elections for many years, but we've noticed that in the last 4 years, since Mr. Pitts has inserted himself over that, the problems have mounted. It would be disrespectful to the citizens of Fulton County if this board don't ask their colleague, Mr. Pitts, to please step down so we can have a fair election. That is all we are requesting. And I want to remind each one of the commissioners here today to please remember, when you are elected as an employee of the people. And when we ask you to please
15
respect
seconds.
us and respect some of the things that we asked you to do, we would like very much for you to respect us enough to do some of the things that we asked for. This has been going on too long. We have too many things that I don't have time to talk about with this commission, but please respect us this time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rashard Snellings. I am a resident of the city of South Fulton. I've been a resident of Fulton County since 2006. Since I became a resident, I've always participated in the democratic process of voting. When we vote for each one of you, we're giving you an honor. We're giving you the ability to represent us. We don't expect to see that you're advocating for yourselves throughout the voting process and throughout the campaigning process. With that being said, it's highly unethical to pass laws or ordinances that block a Fulton County employee from running for election. For running for office. Now, in the case of Mr. Kelly, and Mr. Blaylock, I didn't disagree with the actual law that you guys passed. But by you trying to backdate it, that was problematic. It just seemed as though you're trying to prevent someone from running against one of your own, and that just felt very unethical. Mr. Pitts, I agree with Ms. Johnson. You should not be over the Board of Elections or have anything to do with the elections if you are a candidate. So I would also stand with Ms. Johnson, and I would also ask that you step down from your duties as overseeing the board. Thank you.
Members of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, my name is Al Bartell, Public Policy Leader. I rise to speak this morning on concerns from the public that the civil rights of Fulton County employees are currently being dismantled with the legislation saying that they cannot run for office for county commissioner as a Fulton County employee. It is a concern that Fulton County employees who are neighborhood leaders, community leaders, faith leaders, and small business leaders who have dedicated their lives to public service and deserve to have a civil right to do so. For a piece of legislation to be put forward that would dismantle that civil right is a legislation that should not be passed. The dismantling of civil rights for neighborhood leaders, community leaders, faith leaders, and small business leaders who are interested in public service as county commissioners deserves to be respected and honored, for they are the people who have built this county, this city, and this state. And so when they communicate an interest to hold an honored office of a commissioner, that interest should be a civil right that is preserved, protected, honored, and sustained. So it is in that context that the legislation to ask a Fulton County employee not to run for county commissioner should be withdrawn, should be taken off the books. And if it is presented, I pray that this legislation shall not pass. And I thank you for the opportunity to deliver this communication.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come down. Ebony Section, L.A. Pink, Wally Sabir, Myrtle Bolden, Sandra Burkhart, and Kelvin Muldowney.
Hello, my name is Ebony Section, and I'm here today to speak about Oak Hill Child, Family, and Adolescent Center. There has been some talks and some plans in the community that this center is going to change to a mental health treatment center, and I just want to advocate that this is a setback to the people, it's a setback to the community and the families there. This center does a lot. It is the cornerstone of Metropolitan and Cleveland, metaphorically, physically. And this center provides car seats for families. This center also provides social gatherings for Black dads. This center is also held where we detect developmental services. This center does back to school, it does everything. So to hear this in the streets, that this center may change to a mental health treatment center when an elementary school is right back behind it is just really a travesty. I needed this center when I had my first baby. I lost my mom to COVID, and every one of those ladies in there were my aunties, were my grandmas, were my grannies that helped me with my baby. I got free diapers, I got formula, I got WIC support. So I really ask you all, if we need mental health services, but bring some providers that look like us. Bring some providers that can help us with postpartum depression. Bring some therapists that can help us with anxiety. Bring some therapists that can help us with marijuana usage, smoking cessation. Bring some support groups. But this mental health center is not a great fit for Oak Hill. Please help me, please help the families, and please save Oak Hill, please. Thank you.
Hello, I am L.A. Pink, and as I stand here today, I sat last time in the meeting where you guys passed a bill that was sickening. And it was sickening to the community as me being a community leader based on the fact of you guys organized crime. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that when you come together, they should charge you with RICO Act because of the simple fact of you guys came up with something. I don't know if you guys know Barack, but he was fired, and you guys told him that he wasn't an employee. But then now and he was chief of staff of Commissioner Hall, but now you tell Robert that he is an employee and that he should be fired. And so this is the reason why we're saying you guys are sitting amongst us as political gangbangers, and you guys are now organizing crime against our people. This doesn't just affect him, it affects us as community leaders. Because if he doesn't have a home, he doesn't have food, who do you think have to feed him? Who do you think has to find him housing? We do, as community leaders that's really got their boots on the ground, that's really doing the work. And check my resume, please do, because I have done the work. I can stand up here and speak with integrity and dignity because the work has been done. But for me to see you guys, you slept here. I don't know if you was high, drunk, but you guys been on your phone, I don't know. At the end of the day.
Just a minute.
Excuse me?
Just a minute.
Excuse me, I'm a community leader that serves it.
All right, just a minute.
I serve everywhere.
Just a minute.
But what does it have to do? And you guys are worried about an address. But even if that address stands so, it still has nothing to do with your record. It has nothing to do
15
with
seconds.
what Commissioner Hall is being charged with. It has nothing to do with a lot of people that sits off in here and probably their backgrounds. So check your resume.
Please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Waliuddin Abdul Sabir. I'm a resident of Fulton County. You know, in my work as a writer and in talking with inmates, I asked them the question, do you know anybody that ever wanted to be wrong? And I asked you the question, do you know anybody that want to be wrong? I know I have not. And so I asked the question, if no one wants to be wrong, then what's the problem? What's the problem? Well, we know that truth will set you free. And to take the action that this commission took while the Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman was out on county business to conspire and fire her staff was unconscionable. You know, if you believe that that was right, and as I spoke to the inmates, every one of them had an excuse for what they did. So they wanted to be right, even though that they were wrong. Truth will set you free. And to act against the people and the people's interests, it is not something that will stand, because truth ultimately will prevail.
15
So
seconds.
I ask you and to consider the action that has been taken to disenfranchise members of the public. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Myrtle Bolden. I am the president of the Enum Pines Homeowners Association and a proud member of the citizen of the city of South Fulton. I am addressing you on behalf of a resolution that is on the agenda today, resolution number 22-0259. This is regarding the detention ponds that are in very much disarray in our city. These detention ponds, I think it's about 33 of them in all. 2 of them are actually in my subdivision. We were grandfathered in early 1990s to have Fulton County maintain those ponds. However, over the last 4 years, since we became the city of South Fulton, that has not been done. We are still Fulton County residents. We are still taxpayers. So I am asking you to vote yes on this resolution. I'm asking you to vote yes because our detention ponds in my neighborhood are almost like a little river. They're stopped up. There are snakes throughout, and they're in the back. So they're in the back of people's backyards. I'm asking you as a commission to vote yes on this, to hear our Macedonian call and come over to the city of South Fulton and help us.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I've been coming here for months. I want to take this opportunity to tell you that I am greatly disappointed in what goes on in Fulton County. Integrity and dignity are lacking, and there seems to be more and more of it going on. How sad. After I heard a press conference where an elected official commented on proudly delivering a candidate, I realized that that was not an appropriate goal for an elected official. And I decided to become more involved, fortunately, finally. So I said, okay, I will work the polls. So I tried that. I went online and I applied on March the 8th. And quickly, I got an automatic response that said, "Thank you." And then, nothing. Okay, so on Saturday, March the 15th, I went to Bluestone Road, Sandy Springs, and filled out another application in person this time, and did it with my husband, who also applied. And we were told we could work together. I was told that the application that I filled out online really didn't mean anything. Oh, okay. So on March 25th, I called the person that fortunately gave me their phone number in Sandy Springs and said, "Help." Left a message. Again, I called on the 29th. "Help." Left a message, contact information. I did receive a phone call back on March the 30th. That phone call, the person left a phone number. I don't answer my phone if I don't recognize the caller. Do any of you do the same thing? Possibly. So I called back. Guess what? I got a recording.
15 seconds.
And the recording didn't even indicate that it was Fulton County. Something's very badly wrong. But if it's working and you're getting elected, you're going to continue to do it, and it's very disappointing.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Muldowney. I'm a Fulton County resident. I have an experience trying to work in early voting as well. I tried to work as an absentee ballot processing clerk at the warehouse for the May election. I was told by the BRE that it had been handled by Happy Faces, but don't bother, there are no spots available. I called Happy Faces, and it was true. Absentee ballot processing, the route that is open to fraud and manipulation, so much so that a full-length documentary has been made by Dinesh D'Souza. Perhaps you've heard of it, 2,000 Mules. Point of fact, the trailer features Fulton County drop boxes with, I guess they're called mules, proudly displaying, photographing, and depositing harvested ballots. Apparently, one mule turned whistleblower made $45,000 for his efforts. The movie is due out in early May and features the county you're responsible for. You might want to go see it. Absentee ballot processing should be, at very least, transparent, open, and inclusive. I understand that Forsyth County doesn't use any temp agencies to staff their early voting and election day duties. They do use a commercially available website. I believe it is Sign Up Genius. It's a very easy process. They have no problem staffing early as well as election day poll working with concerned and quite able local citizens. One thing I noticed on the agenda, it's actually been amended. To what degree, I'm not sure, but agenda item 220239, and what stuck out on that was I looked for supporting documents that should provide transparency that the board promised after that damning audit of the BRA.
15 seconds.
I found one line, Tatnall Journal ballot, $76,000. How many ballots, what quality? A little detail would have been nice. Please provide us with detail so you can be the good stewards of our tax dollars we hired you to be. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 7 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. The first person to speak is Mac Rowenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Why does this county have auditors? Is the purpose of their role to conduct audits, share their findings, and then implement 0 of their recommendations? Is that the purpose of having auditors? Unless I missed something, that's not exactly how it's supposed to work. So let's go back to the audit and financial review performed in August of 2021 of the Elections Department. Finding number 4, lack of supporting documentation. Today on the agenda, item 22-0239, regarding the printing of ballots in the amount of $76,000, guess what the supporting document includes? It includes one line item in the amount of, you probably guessed it, $76,000. In essence, there is no supporting documentation. What that signals to me is that there is no respect for the auditor, and there is no respect for you, commissioners. How are you supposed to make an informed decision when you literally have no supporting information? It is way past due for the auditor's recommendations to be implemented. So what's the plan? How are you going to ensure that they are implemented? Are we going to have a repeat of all the disastrous findings from 2020? Is this county going to get its act together? These are basic process issues.
15
and I would
seconds.
advise for supporting documentation to be provided today in order for you to make an informed decision. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Melissa Fiorilla. Melissa Fiorilla. Okay. The next person.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Melissa Fiorillo. I'm a Fulton County resident. I also wanted to ask about item 220239, Tatnall Ballot Solutions. I noticed that you had Exhibit 1 attached as well, with an amount of $76,000. It doesn't list how many ballots is that for. How is someone supposed to trust Fulton County when they don't even do the basics, right? Fulton County had a financial audit, like Matt had said, in the elections department in 2020, which revealed a total lack of process and integrity in their purchasing process. Yet they don't seem to put into any place any of the recommendations. So I want to enforce what Matt said. We need to have some clarity on that today. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Susan Brack. Susan Brack.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Wonderful. This is actually my first time to attend one of your meetings and speak publicly, and I'm very happy to do that. I will say that I am a resident of Forsyth County, but I consider myself a resident of the Atlanta metropolitan area, and I'm concerned about everything that's going on in my city. I worked as a poll worker for the 2020 election cycle in Forsyth County, and I will be doing it again for the May primary. And I'm very concerned and very unhappy about what I'm hearing is going on in Fulton County with respect to our elections, and especially how it is difficult for some people to be able to apply and work as a poll worker, as one of the earlier speakers had talked about. It needs to be an easy and smooth process for residents who are concerned and want to work and represent their communities to be able to work as a poll worker. And I encourage you and hope that you will take these comments to heart and make the process easy and transparent. In Forsyth County, it is very easy and transparent, and they are responsive and they're very efficient in how they're working. So I don't understand why it can't be the same in Fulton County. I think that our elections have serious problems, and there needs to be integrity that is restored into our system so that people know that when they go to vote, their vote counts, 1 vote per person, and that's how it should be. So I thank you for your time, and I pray that you would just take these comments to heart. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners, and greetings, staff members, and greetings to you, citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. On the Commission on Elder Affairs, under the guidance of Aging and Youth Management, 7 board members represent each of our 7 Fulton County commissioners. 2 board members represent North Fulton Senior Services and South Fulton Senior Services. 2 board members represent the Council on Aging, which has had 2 additional board positions vacant for many, many months. Since its beginning decades ago, the Commission on Elder Affairs has met from 12:30 to 2 p.m. from January through December. That's a total of 18 meeting hours a year. At their meeting Friday, with the Office of Aging looking on, Commission on Elder Affairs board members voted to change the bylaws so they will no longer have to meet in December, thereby reducing their meeting time from 18 hours per year to 16 and a half hours per year. Yet they will contend that they represent seniors in Fulton County. Stay tuned on this one, folks.
The next person to speak is Joseph Blunt. Joseph Blunt. Okay. The next person to speak is Linder Posner Downing. Linder Posner Downing. Okay. They're not responding, so I guess that would conclude the Zoom portion part of the public comments.
Thank you. Anyone at the?
We have 2 emailed comments.
Okay.
The first comment is from Kathy Whitehead of District 2. Good morning. I am eager to serve as a poll worker or watcher. I completed my online training with fultoncountyga.gov and received an email stating that I had been selected to be a clerk. Not sure what that means for May 24th. The email does not include the manager's contact information as stated. It has been 4 weeks and I am still waiting on an update from Tori Sears, who sent me the email. I am writing today to let you know that I know dozens of people who are wanting to actively participate in our elections process. It is a smidgen frustrating to know what and where and how. What can be done to improve communication? Your local citizens are here to help and have raised their hands, perhaps by sharing with you that you do have people in your community that are willing to serve you might facilitate the necessary connections. Also, I see that 76,000 was approved for absentee ballots for the May 24th vote. Do you have any backup for this agreement? Not sure if I'm comfortable with that figure. Thank you. The next comment is from Suzanne Hubbard, District 2. Good morning, Commissioners. I heard you when you said that you did not think you had enough community involvement to handle the poll working for elections. That is why you said that you needed the temp agencies. So when you offered the poll working fairs, which was great, I went and signed up for advanced voting and day of. I did hear back for day of and have already trained. For advanced voting, I have not heard anything at all. I followed up with my contact for day of, and she was nice enough to check and said all of the slots were full for advanced voting. I was very surprised to hear that. How does that work? Does the community get first dibs for the slots, or are certain numbers of slots guaranteed to the temp agencies first and the rest goes to the community? If the community gets first dibs and filled all of the slots, that would be very exciting. But for the number of people I know that signed up and did not hear back, that does not seem likely. It would be great to know for sure. But I do appreciate the effort and trying to work with the community. Thank you for your time. That concludes the email announcements.
No further speakers.
All right, no further speakers, and that will conclude the public comment section of the agenda. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 7, county manager's items under
Okay.
open and
All right,
responsible.
let me stop you for a moment there. Just a minute. We decided earlier that we would take the judges, et cetera. Presumably, they can go back to work. So let's go to page 8, 22-0235, 236, 237, and 238, and 239.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
should that not start with 0191?
We can,
I mean, I believe that's the
That's
start
another
of
one?
the
Okay.
HR item.
No problem. Sound 0191.
22-0191, Human Resources Management requests approval of a resolution to exercise home rule to repeal Section 1A of local law to continue the county supplement paid to the probate judge, to continue the salary paid to juvenile courts, and for other purposes.
Mr. Herman?
Good
Morning, Commissioners. Kenneth L. Herman, Jr., Chief HR Officer of Fulton County. Before you is the second reading of the resolution to remove the limitation that is currently before you relative to compensation adjustment for the juvenile court judge and the probate court judge. And why it's needed is that we see a need for it to be removed because right now, as you're familiar, whenever you have a need to adjust these individuals' compensation, it must be done through the home rule provisions. What we're proposing is that we remove the home rule provisions, which would then allow you to adjust the salaries like what we're about to talk about with other individuals at your leisure upon the approval of your vote without having to wait for those unique specific windows that create a home rule window. So it's just allowing us to be a little bit more efficient and effective for any kind of future salary inquiries or adjustments for these individuals. And that's the same commentary for the second resolution as well.
Thank you. Any questions at this point? If not, the motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote, please.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0194, request approval of resolution to exercise home rule to repeal Section 1 of local law to establish the salary of the marshal and for other purposes.
Mr. Herman?
Same commentary, Commissioner.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0235, request to make modification to the classification and compensation section by inserting the new key classification section.
Commissioners, as you, to be brief, since I know the judges are here, unless you want me to go through my presentation that was shared, this is to bring full circle to what you approved in November of 2021 to allow us to go and communicate to that very small cross-section of employees where we saw a significant turnover and hard to recruit and fill for those positions, and where we saw a significant, how I would say, pressure as it relates to compensation models that would allow us to attract and retain as well. So what we're asking you to do today with this item, we've identified roughly 76 classifications that impact roughly 400 plus employees that will take them out of the what we call the Archer compensation plan section of the pay plan and put them into the key classification pay plan at a different salary ranges and the like, which would again allow us to recruit and retain those talented individuals. It also establishes a new philosophy within the county of where we're paying at the midpoint for these positions, and in some instances at the 25th percentile for those individuals, so that, again, we could be a lot more competitive in the process. And like I said, I can go through the full presentation just to remind you of all the things that we've discussed and highlight a few things, or we can just go into the conversation or take some questions about it from yourselves.
All right, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. One, starting with a letter that came from the Public Defender's Office stating that their employees had already received their increases. And it made me look back at all the memos and the spreadsheets and everything that have come before us. And what I have seen is that things have consistently changed. So I want to make sure that we are fairly treating all employees. What I see before us today is a spreadsheet that says it's the Fulton County Government Classification and Compensation Plan, key classifications effective March 16th. And when looking at the public defender's letter saying that their employees have were already going to receive their increase and no one else has, I called to question, what is the situation with the rest of these employees? And have they received their increase the same as the public defender? Because there are quite a few on this spreadsheet. And I'm trying to figure out, how did only the public defender's employees received an early increase in their pay? Because this is a very huge document.
Yes, Commissioner. And specifically to answer your question, the document that you have that's entitled Fulton County Government Classification and Compensation Plan, Key Classification effective March 16th, all employees in those respective classifications, and I know we have to talk about the DA and the solicitor, and I think that's why they're here, but every other employee in that group have received the adjustments based on the approval and the approach that was approved by the Board of Commissioners, all on the April 8th payday. So it was not just only the public defender that received the adjustment. It was everyone on this list that we have identified that also received the adjustment, Commissioner.
Unfortunately, that is not the information that I received. I have heard from employees who said they did not receive an increase as the public defender's employees have, that the public defender's letter was correct and that they received their increase early. So are we going to back pay these additional employees so that they can reap the same benefits as the public defender's office?
If we could be a little bit more specific, which employees are you talking about on this list have not received an adjustment? Because everyone on this list should have received an adjustment. We just recently made a modification to the list to include the district attorneys and the solicitors and the other attorneys within the county. So they have not received the pay, but that's what we're coming to present to you today.
So they have not received it, as I just stated before.
Just that cross-section, but everybody else in the IT department, in DREAM, in the tax commissioner's office, in Public Works, all who are on this list did receive an adjustment. But again, this is not a cross-section of the entire Fulton County government. This is just roughly a little less than 10% of the workforce that were identified for key classifications.
Okay, so as you stated just a few minutes ago, there are employees that you are going back to fund. You did not fund them. That's what I'm talking about.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay,
So
that's what I'm talking about.
So that's where the conversation that we're going to have today with you as to seeking your authorization to, and maybe I should go through the presentation to get to that meat and potatoes.
Perhaps that would work better.
All right, so let me just go there, Commissioners.
Okay,
I
yes,
apologize.
let's
I was
do
trying
that.
to be a little,
Okay, yes.
could we go to the third slide, please? All right, thank you. All right, so I don't need to, okay, so I'll start with it from the driving factors, Commissioner, so that we could kind of reset and make sure that we're talking the same thing. So one of the driving factors that allowed us or required us to be a little bit more focused in our approach, that we typically want to touch the entire workforce, but we had the inability to do that, is that we were working within the confines of the $32 million for personnel matters that were approved in the 2022 budget. When the Board of Commissioners, and rightly so, which was a great thing to help us offset the impact of inflation, increased the COLA from 3.5% to 7%, what that did, and my mom always said that no good deed goes unpunished, it took away $10 million of resources that we had originally earmarked to complete the key classification exercise and distributed that additional $10 million across the workforce. So we had to even be a little bit more focused in our approach for the key classifications, since the cost for the, since that cost itself had doubled from what we had originally proposed, because as we continued our analysis from 2021 to where we were now in November and coming into 2022, we started to see vacancy rates in the key classifications increase on average to roughly about 31%. And in specific departments, we had 100% vacancies, notably the IT department, which I think Glenn Melendez and his team did a great job presenting to you several board meetings ago. So what we're recommending today, commissioners, is move forward with full implementation of the portion of the key classifications that is in front of you today. That portion, those individuals, because of the crisis that we were facing, we moved forward and they saw their adjustments on the April 8 paycheck. But we also want to clarify that all attorneys will be included, but we know we have to go back retroactively and adjust the compensation with those attorneys to the same effective date. But we want to walk you through our funding approach and get your approval on that perspective to make sure that you're okay with granting the county manager the authorization to utilize the funding that we've identified to then bring all of those attorneys into the fold, the balance of the attorneys into the fold.
So is it correct for me to say that we are not only voting for what you're going to do, but what you have already done, because the public defender's letter states that there were some measures that were already taken to ensure that those employees received funding already on their checks? So we're doing both. We're going back and we're moving forward.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And so,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I just want to make sure that I clarify that, we are reevaluating the ability to implement phase 2 of the key classification, because that still encompasses 200 employees from 27 departments that did not make this first implementation because of the financial resources limitation that we had available. And we'll bring that back to you in the mid-year of in 2022, and we estimate that that's going to be an additional $1.5 million in 2022. Could I have the next slide? Next slide. Thank you. So what I'm attempting to do with this small little diagram, commissioners, is show you how we have spent or earmarked the $32 million that was approved by you in the 2022 budget for employee compensation. Of course, the big expenditure for 2022 is the COLA that impacted over 4,000 plus employees at a cost of $22.6 million. Then we closed out the final stage of the incremental compensation strategy, ICS, where we then gave those employees those last 300 employees their last set of adjustments of roughly $760,000. Then we've, in our presentation, which is the other 2 or 3 agenda items on the elected officials and the court officials, we've carved out $1.2 million to ensure that we could implement the elected officials and the appointed staff within the courts and cover that obligation for an 8-month period of time. And then the $11 million acts is what we have now identified for phase 1 of the key classifications, impacting 580 plus employees, including all attorneys' roles within the county. So that's the child attorney, solicitor, the DA, public defender, and attorneys in both the courts, state court and superior court. Next slide. So here is our funding recommendation, commissioners. Again, we are recommending that we implement for all attorneys with an effective date of March 16th. What you're showing here is 160, that's the additional acts, because we've already covered the public defender in our financing. So to bring in the additional attorneys within the child attorney's office, the solicitor and the DA's office, and all the courts, that's an additional $5.8 million requested in this year to bring those salary adjustments into play with a March 16th implementation date. How we're suggesting that we fund that, Commissioner, where we still have a underrun, is by utilizing the general fund non-agency appropriated reserve of roughly $3.3 million to buy down the cost of that amount, and then authorizing the county manager to utilize salary savings from across all the departments within the county to close the gap on the balance of the $2.4 million. That's our recommendation. But we also want to show you some alternatives that you could consider as well. In the second column, we've done the math on if we just implement the DA and the solicitor's attorneys and not the child attorney or the attorneys within superior or state court, that has now reduced the it reduced the population from 160 to 104, reduced the cost from $5.8 million to $4.3 million, and then subsequently reduced the obligation that the county manager would have to find within other resources within the county down from $2.4 million to $978,000. And then option three is a third option that you could consider, that we only again look at the DA and the Solicitor General's offices to include them, still the 104 employees. But what has changed in this scenario is delaying the implementation from March 16th to June 8th, which allows us to cover the obligations with the general fund non-agency appropriated reserve and end in a positive of having $105,000 left in that funding line. But again, our strong recommendation is to allow for all attorneys to be included in this instance and allow the county manager working with the finance department to find other resources, the $2.4 million in other resources around the county to cover the obligation in 2022. Next slide. So for key classifications, what next is, as we said, we'll be coming back in May to implement the balance of the key classifications, which is 180 plus employees, with an estimated cost of $2.7 or $3 million to include the vacant positions that would also need to be adjusted. As relates to the bigger, grander workforce that is not part of that small population of the 10%, we are finalizing the presentation right now with Siegel, our third-party vendor that the board approved and allowed us to work with for our salary determinations. So we can make that presentation to you in June as well, so that you have a sense of what it will take to also adjust and make sure that our pay plans and our compensation approach for the entire workforce are now also competitive and in sync with what we have to do on a day-to-day basis in order to attract and retain talent in the county, and also make sure that we are the public employer of choice. But outside of those activities, we also wanted to share with you some of the things that HR is working on to try and make sure that we are able to pivot a lot more quickly in trying to get talent into the workforce. And so we have secured several search firms, some in IT, in the medical examiner's office, the attorneys, that we could help the public defender and any other organization that has that need to leverage these new search firms now to help them fill their critical roles a lot more quicker than HR has historically been able to do. We are also trying to ramp back up our internal staffing. The HR department too has been hit with the Great Resignation. And we have, for the first time, has been down 8 staff members, which we're roughly about 30% off our current staffing levels. But we're also looking at working with the county attorney's office and amongst ourselves and probably pulling together some, what I call, HR pain point roundtable discussions to review, revamp, and perform risk analysis of what changes would need to happen in the Civil Service Act and the HR rules and regulations and in our financial practices to allow us to be more effective, efficient in our hiring practices. I think the sheriff, he's always pushing the button. He told me he had a dream, and he would love to be able to walk and find a great sheriff deputy and give them an offer on the spot and tell them that they can start 2 weeks from now. Well, in order for him to do that, we have to do a lot of changing on our side to make sure that our policies, practices, and procedures all match up to make sure that the sheriff or whomever department head within the county would be able to do that. And additionally, we are also shifting our approach to now doing a little bit more data mining for talent. So we're talking with finance about securing some funding to start mining the data that you would have in Facebook and LinkedIn, similar to what our colleagues in the city of Atlanta has been able to do, so that we have a little bit more of a proactive approach versus the passive approach that we have leveraged for such a long period of time. But now we realize that we have to shift in order for us to be competitive and find the talent before they come looking for us. We have to go looking for them in order to make sure that we have the talent in place to provide services to the citizens of Fulton County, and for us to be the best employer of choice. So I'll stop here, commissioners, because this is a portion that speaks to the key classification, which is agenda item 235, and I'll continue answering your question, Commissioner. Hopefully I addressed many of your questions in my presentation.
Thank you. Well, like the sheriff, I too have a dream. And I have a dream that all employees will be treated fairly and paid the salary that they should be paid, and that everyone will be paid at the same time. So I'm of the mind to go with what the green check mark is over, that all attorneys receive the same treatment that the public defender's office has received. And if that means that we have to go back and give back pay to those employees who did not receive that increase on their check, then that's what we need to do. Everyone needs to be felt to be of value to this Fulton County government organization. And we need to take into consideration that our employees who are still here have worked tirelessly and hard through the pandemic. We have been impacted sorely in our personal lives and our professional lives because of the pandemic, and they stayed true to being employed here at the county, and they deserve for us to show them our appreciation. And so these increases need to happen as soon as possible. Unfortunately, what took place as it relates to the public defender's letter created strife and created some sore feelings that should not have happened. And so I'd like to see that we rectify that situation by doing what is right by these employees. I also want to just make sure that as we are increasing these salaries, that we are also ensuring that the hiring of new employees into these positions is at the same level. So I have a question about that. Have the vacant positions been increased to the salary that the filled positions have already received?
And Commissioner, good afternoon. Good
That's
morning again.
okay.
So the answer is yes. So we have, out of that $11 million that we've identified for key classification, it includes not only the filled positions, but the resources that may be needed in order for that department to also fill at the suggested targeted salaries as well.
Okay, that is absolutely wonderful. And are we still working toward ensuring that we're looking at the management level and then all of their team under them to ensure that we don't have situations where the head of a department is making less than their management and other employees?
Yes, that's part of our analysis. We have one anomaly where that exists, and that's only because the individual is not a county employee, they are a state employee. So right now, a few of the county employees is going to make more than that state employee. But in all those instances, we've tried to make sure that we don't have what we call a compression of staff under a manager making more than a manager.
All right, and I need to go back to something that took place during the budget cycle where a spreadsheet was provided to the county manager, CFO, and others related to some enhancements that were needed, and there were actually some positions that were part of that spreadsheet. One in particular was called a legal assistant, and that legal assistant was supposed to be raised up to $42,000. It would have been approved in our budget. And so what is the status of that? Because the legal assistants are saying that they did not receive that increase, that in fact, their 7% COLA was done on their previous salary, so that did not take place. Can you speak to that?
Yes, Commissioner. So the legal assistants fall within that category of the second wave of the key classifications that we have to go back, make sure that we have the resources available, and that's what we're bringing back to you in June or July during the mid-year funding review.
All right, and I want to just go ahead and say we also, did we include those part-time judges in all of this? Because Chief Judge Kirk came up and mentioned that. I want to make sure we answer that question.
Well, part-time judges were not included in the first phase of key classification because, again, when we looked at the data that we have, there were no vacancies at the time. And our approach was to try to secure our staffing for the full-time positions to make sure that we have full-time people in place and our salaries were competitive. The part-time judges, again, would be considered as part of phase 2 of the key classifications.
And do you have any idea what that pay would be?
I did a rough estimate to utilizing I think the target salary, the hourly rate that Judge Kirk had shared previously, which was moving them from $50 an hour to $75 an hour. It would cost an additional $300,000 estimated this year to implement at this time implement at the same time from March 16th going forward for the balance of the year. And I guess that's the rough estimate because the part-time judges, they don't work a consistent standard 20-80 hours. So, some might work 6 hours this week, 2 hours this week, 12 hours the next week. So that's my rough estimate as to what it would cost. But that's the worst case scenario as well, Commissioners.
All right, and so all of this is included in what we're voting on today?
For the magistrates, the part-time magistrates, no, that's in phase 2.
That's in phase 2. All right. That concludes my questions. Thank you so much. Chief Human Resources Officer, I think somebody got that a little confused earlier.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Morris?
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered by Commissioner Hall's questions. I did want to make sure I and the public understood the funding questions. If we could go back to that slide with the big orange circle in the middle.
That was slide number 5.
22.6. Basically, what this tells us, and what we've known, well, that comes up, is that we pretty much, we used up an awful lot of the $32 million. And this paper that's before us now would use up the rest of it.
Correct.
The estimated 11 million for addressing about 580 employees. And again, all the attorneys originally were not on this list that has now been revised to be before us to add all the attorneys throughout the county. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Still waiting for that slide, but and that's about $11 million. That uses up the rest of the $32 million and leaves on this slide.
You want this one or the big one?
I'd still like to go back to the first one if we can quickly.
That's slide 5.
There it is. So tell us again about the lower left-hand corner, the 760,000 and the 300 plus or minus employees.
Yes, Commissioner. If you recall, that circle represents the balance of the workforce that were impacted by ICS, the incremental compensation strategy that was approved by the Board of Commissioners, I believe, in 2017, that attempted to move individuals further into the range based on their years of service with the county. Based on all of the actions that we've done when we did the the first implementation of the ICS, and then normal attrition. Then we did the COLA. That has reduced the need to, the resources on that option to only down to $760,000. The original number.
For this year, or annually?
Well, that's for this year. That goes into the additional annual cost on top of what their salaries are already, Commissioner.
Right. Okay. So if we can go to the next slide you just had up, showing the
Slide
shortfall of the, that one right there. We do this today, the 11 million, give or take, the 580 folks. We use up the rest of the $32 million, and we have a shortfall of $2.5 million for this year, the remainder of this year, correct? Not an annualized amount, but the remainder of this year.
Say your scenario again, Commissioner. Let me just make
That the $2.5 million, $2,474,000 deficit is the balance for the remainder of this year, from March 16th to the end of the year.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And the chart anticipates that this gets funded by the departments out of their salary savings.
Sharon?
Yes, Commissioner Morris, that $2.4 million would need to be drawn from the salary savings that have been accruing thus far this year.
So my question becomes, does every department that's affected have those salary savings? Are they going to be able to do it? Do we know?
Every department in the key classification group has vacancies, yes, sir. Whether or not the amount of salary savings that they have generated would be sufficient to cover the balance needed for their particular department, we have not concluded the analysis on that yet. So we may have to sweep from some and give to others in order to make this work.
Okay. I assumed that was going to be the case, that if someone didn't have it all in the department, that we would have to get it to them, sweep it, or do some kind of transfer or something. But that's not going to keep anybody from getting their raises on March 16th.
No, our plan is to go ahead and make the adjustments, and we will continue to do this analysis. And the plan for this year was not to start transferring any of the monies that we have held in non-agency for these compensation adjustments until the departments need them from a utilization perspective. So we will be balancing it out within each department's budget until such time as their budget can no longer absorb it, and then we will start sounding money over to their budgets to cover the shortages.
Okay. I think two final questions. When you talked about what's next, which I think is the next slide, we still have 180, give or take, employees in what we call the key classifications that we still got to fix.
Correct.
We're talking about doing that mid-year, presumably with more salary savings somewhere in mid-year.
Correct.
So I guess my last question is, these 580, the 180, does that cover everybody in the county's workforce that we're going to have to possibly deal with? It doesn't seem to me that it probably.
No, Commissioner. This population that we're talking about, that is a very small group of individuals in the key classification group. It's almost less than 10 to 11% of the workforce. But we are, again, in our final stages of bringing back to the board for consideration and approval a plan for the balance of the workforce to make sure that our salary table is up to date. It's now about 7 to 8 years stale since the Archer study went into play. Get that up to date, and then also apply the same compensation philosophy for those group of individuals of do we want to now make sure that our receptionist is at least at the 25th percentile within the range? And do we want to make sure that our HR consultants are at least at 50% within the range? And then do we want to make sure our deputies are at 75% within the range? So that's our conversation that we'll have later on in the year or around June.
Right, right. With significant implications for the 2023 budget process, obviously.
Significant is relative. I'll try and keep it as insignificant as possible.
Okay, that's it, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Mr. Herman, what process is used to prioritize who gets the money quickly? What I'm asking is, one department has gotten their money, another department hasn't. For the listening public, are you able to explain what prioritizes it and why that happens?
Yes, Commissioner. So when we had the realization that the COLA, which again was beneficial to across the entire workforce, had eroded a significant portion of resources that we had originally earmarked for the key classification, we'd had to be a little bit more strategic in our approach. So we started to look at, well, for example, the HR folks might have been in the key classification group originally, but do they have the same level of turnover, hard-to-fill positions that you would see in IT, that you're seeing in the public defender's office? Do you see in the county attorney's office? And if the answer was no, HR was removed. So we went through that process of, are you experiencing the same level of turnover? If the answer is no, if your staffing levels for your key classifications was 80% or above, we thought that you had a great opportunity to fill the 20% balance, but we had to put the resources where somebody's staffing level for the key classification was at 35%. And we communicated that in a memo, I think last week, to the Board of Commissioners to try and articulate our rationale as to why an organization that had the same position titles, like attorney, that is staffed at 100%, did not go forward in our original recommendation, like an organization that had attorneys that were staffed at 55%. So that was our rationale, Commissioner, as to trying to figure out how could we get the best utilization of the funds available to make sure that we don't have continued pockets of strife and inability to recruit and retain in those various departments.
So is human resources making that decision standalone, or are they making that decision with the input for said department that may need more funding or additional staff, or staff that we've already agreed to?
Well, it's a collaborative effort between the leadership team of Fulton County. We've had conversations with the department heads that were included to get a better understanding, and through those conversations, we might have missed a position that they thought was included, and we acquiesced and added that position in the grander scheme of things. But when it came time to implement, that position might not have made it because it didn't reach the same level of critical mass as it relates to the vacancies and recruitment and turnover within a respective department. So while the position was added in the overall key classifications, that one position, for example, might have been taken out and is now in phase 2 versus another position in the same department that is now in phase 1.
This is a concern that I have. The funding that we may have already voted on, are you all holding any of it up for any of the funding for any of them?
Sharon? Well, I don't think anyone is being held up. It's as Sharon, the Chief Financial Officer indicated, finance is going through a process of the analysis to determine when the funding that you've approved needs to be moved into those respective departments to cover the obligations of what we've implemented.
So I'll make the question a little bit clearer for my colleagues and those that are sitting up here. If we have voted on particular funding to be put in place for the workforce, whether it's the sheriff's department, whether it's the judges, whether it's the DA. Has HR held up any of that funding? That's what I'm asking you, yes or no?
That would not be done by HR. That's finance and the budget office. It might be better able to answer that question, Commissioner.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this in relationship to the part-time judges. I thought I was under the impression that they were funded. Are they not funded?
They are not funded in the first phase of the key classifications. We will bring those individuals back in phase number 2.
Okay, because if I'm not mistaken, I was under the impression that they were going to be funded at that particular time. And the reason that I remember that is because we had a conversation about how the part-time judges were not competitive. And if I'm not mistaken, at that time, I think they were making $50 an hour. So I'm a little confused as to if we were trying to take care of a situation in trying to keep our part-time judges, because just like I do understand what you're saying, some may work 6 hours, some may work 20 hours this week. My concern is I was under the impression that we were going to be doing what we needed to do to be competitive for our part-time judges. But it doesn't sound like that's going to take place until later. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. And I think you might be recalling a conversation that happened probably in November or September, or one of the 3 times before this time that I'm presenting, that we talked about. I think Judge Kerr came and made that presentation back then, but so much things have changed between November and where we are now that we just didn't have the resources to include for the part-time judges.
Okay, so let me make sure for the listening audience that I understand this. We did see a need for the part-time judges to be more competitive. We didn't have the money to pay them. Is that what you're saying?
We didn't have the resources to earmark from the pool of resources that the Board of Commissioners had identified to include the part-time judges in our analysis. That's why they're coming back in phase 2.
Okay. Now, to my earlier question, I guess Ms. Whitmore can answer this because you were not equipped to answer the question. I asked, is this body, when they make a determination and vote for funding for the department to have it, do you all hold up that funding? Yes or no?
If the, excuse me, if the board takes an action to provide funds specifically to a department, those funds have been provided. The funds that were provided for compensation were pooled in non-agency to be moved to the department as needed.
So for our listening audience, I just want to make sure we're clear. If this board, by resolution, approves funding, the departments are funded, but however, if there's a determination by you all that that funding is not to take place or to be held up, then you all pretty much reserve the right to do that, even if you have a resolution that says that it can be funded?
No, ma'am, what I said is if the board takes an action to give a department a specific amount of money during the budget process, those funds are in that department's budget. With regard to the funds that were provided collectively for compensation adjustments, those funds were presented to the board as part of the non-agency budget. And it was noted in the budget message, I believe, that we would move the funds to the departments as they need it, because we know that they have vacancies, we know that they have some salary savings. So until we see that their actual utilization of their salary and fringe benefit budget has reached a point that they can no longer absorb additional costs, that's when we start to move money over to them out of non-agency through the soundings process. That is what our practice has been for many years when we have monies in non-agency that are set aside for cost of living increases and things like that. We move it when it is needed within that agency's budget.
Okay, so you said you move it when it is needed. Who determines the need?
We're basing it off of actual utilization. So they have all of their positions, they have the ability to fill positions, and as we see their actual expenses approach a point where the budget is no longer able to support the actual expenses, that is when we move the resources over that are necessary for them to continue through the end of the year. Typically, that happens in September or October of every year is the point in time that we see that we need to actually make the movement. And that's because we fully fund vacancies and they have the resources within their budget to absorb costs through the year while they're working to fill their positions.
Okay, my concern, this is my concern. My concern, we're giving kind of, well, from my perspective and my constituents' perspective and some of the employees of Fulton County perspective, we're giving two different scenarios. And we're telling the employees, whether it be the judges, whether it be the county attorney's office, we will fund you when the money's available, but then we choose and pick who we're going to fund and not fund, maybe with their collaboration, maybe not. I don't know. I can only go by what's been presented to me. And so I think that we have a serious problem in election year when we have departments that are losing staff, when we have departments that are pitted against each other, because how do you tell one department they're more important than the other? Now, I'm not saying that any department is more important than the other, but the actions of this body versus those that should be implementing, there's two different things. This body takes an action, and then you have another group that implement, and then you start having miscommunication, missteps, or someone else decides to do something without coming to this body to tell us that's what you're doing. Now, I'm not asking to be in your lane because you are well equipped to do your job. The problem I have is that we're not only losing individuals that the county seriously needs, but we're also developing a very unhealthy culture here where departments are very upset with each other because they are told one thing and then another thing is done. And so I would really impress upon not only my colleagues, but the department heads that you cannot create a problem and then when the problem is created, say that you didn't create it. And so I would humbly ask that you all revisit what this board agreed to back in November of last year, or maybe September of last year, and fund those things that you all led us to believe that you were going to fund. And if you're not going to fund those things, don't let it be a surprise that these individuals find out.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just a few things. I'll stay on this subject, and then I want to shift gears a little bit to your last bullet points there on the HR updates and changes. So basically, we gave you instruction, I think, to sock away $32 million, stick it in non-agency, and then you were going to come back and episodically show us how you were going to spend it, right? What you provided, and based upon what you told me there, you're not only going to, not only we will expend all that $32 million that we instructed you to do, you're going to spend a little bit more if we go with option A or the one you had checked, right? Okay, so you're...
That's correct, Commissioner.
So you're doing what we ask you to do, and then you're asking us to do a little bit more than what we ask you to do. Okay, all right. And all that's going to be done in pretty swift pace here, you know, I guess starting with this large chunk you said effective April 8th?
That's correct.
Either current or some of them will be backdated. Okay. All right. So, certainly this is anytime you're dealing with compensation, everybody's got their own views around that. You do something for one group, somebody else is going to feel aggrieved. You took generally the approach of trying to look at, all of this is sort of embedded in looking at the areas which we feel like are most in need of change in terms of us to be able to attract employees, get people in, and retain them, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So that's the stuff that's before us. Some of us will agree with it, some of us will not, in terms of the methodology that you've used. So, but you've shown us the methodology you went about doing. Certainly there's been a lot of sausage making involved. Everybody's got their own views around it. You're trying to take a macro view of it and bring it to us here as a board. So I appreciate that. I wanted to touch base, we're making a lot of these changes, and certainly they have budgetary implications. But one of the things also, and I'll just make this as a statement, it's not really an ask, that I think that this does sort of suggest to me that, the current classification system that we got is cumbersome. There's too many classes, et cetera. I guess that's not going to change with the result of what we're going to see reported back from us in June necessarily, right?
No, Commissioner. That was not part of the assignment that we gave to the vendor.
Okay. All right. Well, I got my opinion on that, but I just want to make sure that that's not really part of it. In the HR updates and changes, you're hiring internal staff. Is some of that internal staff going to be recruiters, where their sole function is going to be recruiting?
That's part of the conversation that we're having with finance. So what we're trying to do is just try and get back to our normal staffing levels.
I understand that.
The administrative staff that has to do everything outside of recruiting, investigations, classification reviews, and the like. So we're talking with the finance folks about some additional funding to have dedicated recruiters that all they do all day is that. And, source the talent that we need so that we could avoid more positions slipping into the key classification world and making that transition.
Okay. Well, one of the things I would, you run your department, but I would encourage you to give some thought to is what roles and functions you have people doing, and might you want to scale back on some of the areas you're focusing on and do some things that you aren't doing, like recruiting, with the same number of people that you have. And also, we got an item that's before us here on the purchasing side, later, which we're going to come back to, to try to address some of the stuff to kind of simplify some of the stuff they're doing. That third bullet point, to me, speaks to that for you. And, one of the things that I think I understand the process to be is, as applications come in, your team is vetting them all for qualifications before you send anything to the potential hiring department.
That's correct.
Right. Versus, the hiring department seeing all the resumes that come in and applications come in and sort of real time as you're seeing them. To have the ability to kind of look and see, all right, might some of these folks really fit some of what we have and actual needs? And then, you could validate that in terms of, the need for meeting job requirements, et cetera, kind of real time with them. So there's a delay is what I'm saying, right? We're in a period of time where we're crunched. We got places where we got high vacancy rates. It's a tight job market. People put their resumes into certain places. If they're able to move faster, then they're able to make hires, and they're going to get the people that that we're not, right? So you got to look at ways that you shorten the cycle. So, I mean, I don't think we can move. I don't think we can not move quickly enough on those particular items because I think they mean as much, if not more, maybe than some of this other stuff that we're talking about right now. So, I look forward to kind of hearing what we're going to come back with on those 4 bullet points, particularly the last 3. when you have that ready. And hopefully that's before June, that we're going to see some stuff on that.
Yeah, so we're trying to, once we get the key classifications and elected officials out of the way, we can then go back to figure out how could we do all of this. And we want to have roundtable discussions with our end users. We got some good feedback from the DA yesterday as to how we could make some improvement or suggestions. But we want to make a holistic approach and not focusing just on one individual.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Herman, so I want to follow up on some of this questioning because that was actually what I did not feel like it had been thoroughly discussed. You mentioned shortening the period of time to hire people, which you just briefly touched on. I'm curious, right now, what's the average time it takes to hire someone?
Commissioners, we averaging roughly about 60 days on average. And just for a point of reference, before we went into shared services, I think back in 2016, and we had made any adoptions of changes to how we did operations within HR, I think we were upwards about 120 days on average. So we've cut that in half significantly, but we do acknowledge that we do have a little bit more work to do, but because of our processes and items that are referenced in the Civil Service Act that we have incorporated into our policies, we've kind of built in the delay in our policies and procedures to make sure there are proper checks and balances along the way. So that's the conversation that we want to have with the appointing authorities and the department heads and finance as to what could we remove and make sure that what we're removing doesn't open up a legal risk by removing it as well.
Well, I would say it'd be hard to find folks that can wait 120 days or even 60 days to make a decision on employment. And so I strongly echo the comments that should be one of the key places that we focus on because, I've heard a lot of people that really wanted to work for Fulton County but just could not wait that long and had to make other choices. So I do think that's one of our biggest limitations to hiring good people when they're available. You mentioned other changes in the Civil Service Act. Is there anything else of note that you think we should know about?
Like I said, we have not done the full dive, but I was just pointing out as to, I'll point to one example. In the Civil Service Act, it talks about applying for a job through the HR office, and the chief HR officer has to validate your eligibility. Well, we've taken that language from the Civil Service Act and said, in order for you to apply, you have to come through our NeoGov system. The job has to be posted for X number of days to make sure that it is a competitive recruitment and all individuals within the counties or within the world have the ability to see the job. Then my team is the only team that can review and issue the registers to the department. And then on top of that, we say, well, in order to have a fair interview process, we want a diverse panel of minimum of 3 individuals, and try to get those individuals into a room to have those conversations are part and parcel of all the time that it takes to slow down the process. So that's why I say, so we've looked at that one item as an area of opportunity within the Civil Service Act that we could change and make sure it's clear that applying is simply, you hand me a resume, the HR department says that you meet the qualifications. However we got that resume, whether it came through NeoGov or was handed off, that person meets the qualifications, interview however you want to interview, and send that person back. So those are the opportunities that we have, Commissioner.
I mean, just listening to that, it just, in my mind, I would think you could even do something as simple as when a job is posted, you already have identified your selection committee. I mean, I don't know why you'd wait to the end of the process to even start looking at that. You know what the process you have to go through is. So, I mean, those are some, I think, common sense things that could be reevaluated just for timing purposes, because I do think it's one of our fatal flaws in the process is just how long it takes. I couldn't wait 6 months to get a job, and again, I don't know how many people could. Also, 8 years ago, maybe, the legislature put in some new rules for our hiring and civil service and classifications. You're following all of that as well in this process, correct?
Are you talking specifically about all new hires?
Title changes, all that kind of stuff.
I then move it into the non-exempt
Correct.
The unclassified category.
Correct.
So yes, yes, Commissioner, we are following that.
So at this point, what percentage of folks are unclassified? You can get that to us later.
Yeah.
I just am curious.
Yeah, it's a very small percentage, but I'll get that to you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Hall, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Earlier, someone mentioned about salary savings, and I wanted to know if we can have a report of the countywide department and agency salary savings. And are we providing that information to the various departments and agencies, such as the courts and the Solicitor General, the District Attorney, and those who have their own budgets?
Commissioner Hall, we will prepare a report. Like I mentioned earlier, the Budget Office is in the process now of reviewing the first quarter. As Mr. Herman has indicated, we did just implement the ICS, so they're taking that now into account within the departmental expense categories as well. So we are working on that, and we will provide that information as soon as it's ready.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I was sitting here thinking about rectangles and squares. Square is a rectangle, right? A rectangle is a square. Which way is it? Square is a rectangle, but a rectangle might not be a square, right?
I'll follow your lead on that one, Commissioner.
You understand these part-time judges, you know what they are, don't you?
You're talking about the magistrates?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What are they?
They're part-time magistrates.
What are they before they're part-time magistrates? I'll help you. They're attorneys.
Yes.
They're attorneys. So are they included in your all attorneys?
No, sir.
Then we have a problem, Houston. You can't say all attorneys. See, judges, before they become judges, at least most of them, are lawyers, they're attorneys. So I'm glad I'm here so that we can help wrap our hands around this. I guess the other thing, I'm really confused because we got sued by the lawyers before. And so I have no idea how we could get sued by lawyers previously for doing something for one group of lawyers and not doing something for another group of lawyers, and then somebody goes back and does the same thing again. How is that possible? Why would someone think that that is okay? We're just gonna keep doing it 10 times? We're gonna do it 100 times, no matter what. We're gonna get sued 100 times, we're gonna get sued 1,000 times. We're gonna do it 1,001 times. That doesn't make sense. The part-time magistrates are attorneys. So we need to go back and regroup and reposition and redo these numbers. Because you can't say all attorneys without including the part-time magistrates. Does that make sense?
Commissioner, yes, it does, and maybe I need to clarify my initial statements. While in order to be a magistrate, you have to be an attorney to be a magistrate. In my world, HR, if you are not sitting in an attorney position and you're sitting in a magistrate position, you are a magistrate. These individuals over here are attorneys. So we automatically treat them differently because of the specific jobs that they hold within the county structure. But I do understand your position about needing to go back and retool and look at it. But I just wanted to just clarify the distinction as to how we look at it from an HR perspective based on the classifications that those individuals are holding at the time when we did the analysis.
Well, one is a prerequisite to the other. You have to be an attorney to become a judge. You have to be a member of the bar. So you have to do all of those skills, plus all of what the attorney does, everything, plus you do additional work. All right? So I don't know HR world, none of that. I'm telling you the real world, the practical side of it. So, and I mean, I can't even imagine that our county attorney knew about this or would advise you to give raises to one group of attorneys versus another group of attorneys when we all know we got sued for that. You know that, you were here. Why would we go back and do that again? So, I don't understand any of this. I don't even understand why we're even talking about this out here, because when y'all go do what y'all did, we need to go talk about this back there, because now this is potential litigation based on your actions. We shouldn't even be talking about this out here. Why are we talking about it out here when the actions that y'all have taken have now put us in jeopardy for litigation? Does that make sense?
Commissioner, I can't speak to the actions that we are taking now that would put us in jeopardy for potential litigation. I know that all personnel actions are discussed in this forum unless it's impacting directly the staff of the Board of Commissioners. So this is the appropriate forum, and I don't believe, and probably the county attorney could weigh in, that this does not put us in the same litigation position that we might have been placed in. It's historically, but again, having that conversation in this forum between yourself and the county attorney may, open up our strategy to how we defend
It's
ourselves.
inevitable. Y'all sent letters to the public defenders. We got 10, 20 other groups of attorneys that didn't get the same letter. So that action in and of itself triggers potential litigation. That's what it does. And makes it a topic for executive session. We have to treat employees the same, particularly those that are in the same class serving the same functions, particularly those that are not only serving the same functions as all of those others, but additional functions on top of them. And you're not a lawyer. You don't go to court. You may not understand that all judges are attorneys, and that they first have to perform those roles before they can perform their judicial roles. So whatever it is, we need to go back to the table and come back with something that makes sense. And we have to be very careful about the words that we choose. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. So when we say all attorneys, see, perhaps there's also a definition of attorney. You're defining it, attorney, by job description.
That's correct.
Right. An attorney is defined by someone who is a member of the Georgia bar, practicing. Right? If you are an active member of the Georgia bar, you are an attorney. So your definition, the foundation of the definition is wrong. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just two things. I did want to clarify with our county attorney that what's before us right now is done with pay equity in mind, and that it is consistent with our pay plan.
without getting into all of the details of the discussion that was had, there are distinguishing factors
So
between.
you ever viewed that and?
Yes, we did
And
have
you're
that
comfortable with that
discussion.
approach? Yeah, okay. And then also wanted to clarify with you that what I heard from you in terms of I'm hearing you right on the issue of the part-time magistrates, and that the chief magistrate judge is not restricted from increasing the hourly rate of pay for these part-time judges. There just may not be enough funds in their budget, or the chief magistrate judge's budget, in order to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. As I read the legislation that established the authority in the chief magistrate judge to set the hourly rate for the part-time magistrates, the $50 mark is the minimum, which suggests that she can go above that. But of course, she's limited by whatever resources she may have within her budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Vice Chair Houseman, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Well, I wasn't going to say this, but I do see our chief judge disagreeing back there, so we might want to hear from her real quick. But my question, my distinction that I took in that conversation, you're talking about the attorney compensation, is you have some full-time, mostly full-time, and then you have some part-time, and that is a distinct difference as well.
That's correct.
All right. And I do think the chief magistrate does want to comment.
First, I want to thank you all for being so astute in the questioning that you all have this morning. As it relates to the compensation for the part-time magistrate judges, that was set by this Board of Commissioners at $50 an hour. There is nothing that I can do as the department head for that division that will increase that rate without a resolution from this board. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I'm going to yield the floor.
All right, any other comments? Commissioner Ellis?
Just one other comment. I mean, since you stated something that was inconsistent with the chief magistrate's judge's understanding, I do hope y'all can speak offline and get this resolved. And if there needs to be some interpretation from our county attorney in order to do that, so we get that question clarified. That should be able to be done without, if that is the case, that should be able to be addressed without us having to intercede on that.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, very quickly. I was prepared to deal with that hourly rate issue on paper 0237 when we get to it, because I think my sense is we do need to reset that hourly rate. I thought that the judge was correct in that response. So I thought that's where we do it and not this particular paper. And again, I see a difference between attorneys and judges. You know, with all due respect, Commissioner Arrington, we're not paying these folks to be lawyers, we're paying them to be judges. And so that's a little bit different. So I'm comfortable with the distinctions we've made. But again, and maybe the county attorney can help us when we get to 237, if that's the right place to deal with the hourly rate for the magistrate, part-time magistrate judges. I would think that's where we probably ought to do it.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Hall.
What will be the cost of, and we can go back to the option or the A, B, and C options. How is that number affected by the magistrate judges, or if we were to include, and yes, Commissioner Morris, we will have to agree to disagree because, and I don't know how other attorneys would view it, but in order to perform the duties of a judge, you first have to perform the duties of an attorney. You have to analyze the situation. So I believe that there are additional duties as a judge. I believe that you first have to perform the duties of an attorney, analyze the situation, apply the law, and then you have to, as a judge, you have to make a decision. Attorneys don't get to make those decisions, they just advocate. But the steps and the requirements are nonetheless the same. And so I guess I need to know from finance, how would this number be affected with the magistrate judges being included?
I believe that Mr. Herman indicated he estimated it was about 300,000.
Okay. And so what does that mean? That means it'll be 6.1 instead of 5.8?
Yes, sir, and it would change the amount that we would be looking to capture through salary savings to 2.7 million.
Okay, and so what are we being asked right now? Are we being asked, is the recommendation the 5.8 or the 6.1? What are we?
What's
what
before?
What are we about to vote on? What are you all asking us to vote on to approve?
It's the all attorneys option, the 5.8, excuse me, the 5.8 million.
Commissioner?
All right, I fundamentally disagree that is all attorneys. I disagree with that. I'm going to support it, but I disagree with the definition and where we are. But I'm gonna use it as a starting point and work with Commissioner Morris on 237 to make sure that we take care of our magistrates. But I fundamentally disagree with what is presented and the manner in which it is presented.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Arrington. Based on the discussion that we are having right now about whether or not 237 is the vehicle by which we can make these changes and address the part-time judges, I want to allow our county attorney to respond and answer the question of where do we do this, and is it just a matter of amending 237 to include the part-time judges right now so that we can vote on that. Madam County Attorney, if you could.
I believe 237 is the one that deals with the magistrate judges as well, so that seems like a logical place to make a friendly amendment to add the magistrate, the part-time magistrates, if that is the will of the board.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, other comments or questions? If not, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Cast your vote, please.
Yes.
Option A.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously for option A.
All right, next item, let's go. Let's hurry.
220236, Human Resource Management, requests approval of resolution to establish new supplements for the Circuit Public Defender, Sheriff, and Superior Court Clerk.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any questions, discussion, comment? If not, let's vote.
And vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0237, requests approval of resolution to establish new supplements and salaries for certain elected and appointed judicial officials.
Right, have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second at this time? All right, Mr. Herman, seconded by Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Anything you want to add?
Just 2 points of clarification. It's 237, correct? On the document, and I believe Tanya and her team circulated, there was an adjustment on the supplement amount for the probate judge and the chief judge. We had an error there. It should have been $60,868 for both of them. $60,868 instead of $66,000. That gets them back to the original 193 that the Board of Commissioners had set for a total compensation. I just wanted that to be pointed out. And I do agree with Commissioner Morris that if you are attempting to also address the hourly rate for the magistrates here, this would be the appropriate resolution to do that as well.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
And I'd like to make a motion to make that friendly amendment to add the part-time judges.
Second.
And if we could have Chief Judge Kirk provide the information about the salary, because Mr. Herman, you said that you thought that she said $75 an hour was appropriate, but you weren't sure. So I want to make sure that we have the appropriate amount that it should be if we're going to make this amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity. At this point, the $75 was what I asked for in our budget when I did not know that everyone else was getting all these other raises. And so my only ask here would be that that be parallel to what the full-time magistrate judges make, and that be, it's not annualized, but it be made to be an hourly rate that matches that rate. So I believe $75 is not appropriate given the rates that the county is now paying for attorneys, that the county is now paying for judges. And so I would ask for an opportunity just to set and figure out what that is. But at this point, I can't tell you. I can say that I believe $75 is too low for anybody, even working as an attorney, that is too low. And so at a minimum, I would say 100, 125, but I do not want to shortchange those judges that have worked so hard. So thank you very much for that opportunity.
You're welcome. And Mr. Herman, based on what we are currently paying, can you provide us with what that calculation is by in an hourly rate? I'm sorry? Yes, based on the current increase that has taken place.
My phone is there, so I can't do the quick calculation of what the hourly rates are.
Can someone help him with the calculator, please?
This is not a good way to run a railroad, the way we're doing this, but I'll have my departments up here next at the next meeting.
You want to say it?
All right.
83.
Looks like we have a verdict. What is it?
She's negotiating. That's what she is doing. All right. So mathematically, the full-time magistrate judges are going to a total compensation of 173, 192. If I divide that by 2080, which is the total number of hours that they could work, that's roughly $83 an hour.
83 an hour. Okay, so the friendly amendment is to add the part-time judges at $83 an hour. And you seconded, Commissioner? Oh, Commissioner Morris, I see you on there as the second already.
Okay. Mr. Morris?
No, I was just going to be in the queue to make the proposed amendment.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
So my only question, because we seem to be at this juncture so much, is the 83 competitive? I know we want to be fair, but I'm only asking in that I know that we've lost a couple of part-time judges. And should we be competitive at 100? Should we be competitive at 85, 90? I'm just asking the question if we're going to move on this today, because we have lost part-time judges. So I don't know if finance need to, or the county manager, but I'm just asking, in reality, since we've thrown out a couple of numbers, what do we really need to look at the number today in order to make sure that we don't have more part-time judges leave?
Yes. Commissioner, I would say yes. Only from the standpoint that in preparation for the meeting today, I reviewed one of the presentations that Judge Kirk sent to me back in June or July of 2021 that had a nice overview of what the compensation strategy comparators were. And in that analysis, she identified, I think it was like 163 was where she wanted her magistrate judges to go, and then a $75 hourly rate for the part-time. If you approve the resolution in front of you, we would now be putting the full-time magistrates $10,000 above what the judge recommended a few months ago. So, and hopefully the judge would agree that by us going $10,000 above her initial number for her full-time individuals, that puts her in a much better position to recruit, retain, and definitely position the magistrate's office as the public employer of choice for the magistrate-type roles that we're seeking within the county.
If you don't mind, Judge, if I can pretty much ask you, does that make us competitive? I know it sounds better than what was on the table. My biggest concern is, are we competitive?
And so we recognize as public servants that we're not here to get over, that we are here, in fact, to do the work of the people, and we are community servants. We also recognize that any additional money from $50, and we've been at $50 since 2015, we are thankful for that. And so I want to say we are grateful. Whether we will be competitive or not, I don't know. We've lost 3 full-times and 7 part-times since we started in 2019. I believe $85 an hour makes us incredibly happy. I mean, you can't give somebody that's hungry like a little food and say, are you okay? Of course, I'm happy. I want us to be competitive, but I would say that at $85 an hour, I believe that's something that we can move forward with. I don't know what that's going to do. I don't want us to hold them up any longer is my bigger concern with going back and forth. I think $85 is more than we've had, and I am grateful for that. I don't know if, you know, in my heart I'm saying 100, but I don't want to break the bank. I realize that we've come from a situation where our part-time magistrates were making more money than our full-time magistrates. I'm not attempting to return us to that waste. That's not what I'm looking forward to. I want us to be good stewards of the county's money and of the taxpayers' money. And so I would say, I would acquiesce at 85. I can't promise I won't be back in 2 years.
So Commissioner Hall, would 85 be an issue for you?
No, Commissioner Morris and I were just discussing that 85 is just fine, so make that friendly amendment at 85.
I can
Thank you.
support that. Thank you.
All. Thank you. And Mr. Herman, please keep your phone, your county phone charged, because that's the phone that pays you.
All right. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has spoken, Commissioner Hall has spoken, Commissioner Arrington.
I guess my question is, do we want to make it a specific number, or do we want to make it equal to what? Because unintended consequences. You start paying one group more than you start paying the other, you're gonna have a problem, and you're gonna have a lawsuit. So I think that we should make it equal so that we do not have any additional unintended consequences. And whatever equal is, I think it should be equal.
So, I'm sorry, let me get in the queue. Mr. Chair. So what is the impact of making it 85 instead of 83? If you go back and ensure that all of those who have received that increase are also put at $85 an hour, can, Madam CFO, can we know what the impact of that would be? Because I see what you're saying.
Commissioner Hall, I'm not sure that I have enough detail in front of me right now to make that calculation on what the difference would be. But I do think that that $85 an hour would be more than the hourly rate, the equivalent hourly rate for the full-time magistrate judges. So if you were looking to at least have it be equal, then I think language that would just set a rate that's commensurate with the hourly rate of the full-time judges would be a good starting point. It would be $83 and some change.
So 83 is actually what the full-time judges are making right now.
Because
$83, because if we put it at 85, then we're going to have to go back and do the same for the full-time judges.
Yes, ma'am, that would be more than what the full-time judges'
Yeah.
effective hourly rate would be.
Yeah. So, okay, 83 it is then.
Well, it's been amended now to 85, so
And what I'm telling y'all is I don't think we need to do a specific number. We need to say, make it equal, because I
just
think
say
there are gonna
make it
be
equal.
unintended consequences from doing a specific number.
Make it
and-
equal to the full-time.
And Commissioner.
Make it equal to the full-time judges.
So an hourly,
will-
an hourly rate equal to the hourly rate of the full-time magistrate judges.
Yes. Madam County Attorney, you got that? Judge Kirk? You're welcome. All right. All right, colleagues.
that's a friendly amendment. That amendment then replaces the 85. Now we're back to this equal. So is that what y'all want? Okay. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
I withdraw.
All right, anything else? Get ready for the next group to come. All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0238, request approval of resolution to establish new supplements for Superior Court judges, district attorney, circuit public defender, after supportive opinion received from the county, from the Attorney General.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Commissioner Hall?
Quick question. If you look at 236 and 238, they both have the circuit public defender in them.
Yes.
236 says a salary of $49,748, and 238 says a salary of $72,112. Can you explain that for the viewing audience?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. If you can put back up the presentation, please. For, I think it was 235, the same presentation.
236 and 238. Yeah. 238. That's the Attorney General.
Next slide. Next. Next, one more. One more. All right, thank you. Okay. I'm going to try and go through this one as slowly as possible because this one has a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, the constituents were concerned that it was in there twice, but I know there's some language in 238 that
Right.
makes a difference.
So let me first explain that what we have before you is a resolution, and probably the county attorney will help me with this part of it, is a resolution that says contingent on some favorable guidance from the Attorney General's office, you can proceed. Because you recall the conversation about the $50,000 cap that is placed on not only Superior Court judges, that ripples down to the district attorney, and then also we discovered that it also, at least in our opinion, applies to the public defender's office. So what we attempted to do in the previous resolution is the authority that you have right now. The authority that you have right now, you have the authority to move the public defender's supplement to equal that of the Superior Court judges and the district attorney. And if you look at the public defender line, that's where we have $49,748. So you have the authority to do that now, and you've taken the action to do so. However, there is a House Bill 1391, moving through the legislation, from our understanding, is on the governor's desk to be signed, which would then increase the public defender's state compensation to equal the compensation of the district attorney. So if that is adopted, that's where the $72,112 comes back if you have a favorable opinion from the Attorney General's office. And if that opinion, if that legislation is not adopted by the governor, then option number 3, again, depending on the favorable opinion from the Attorney General's office, that's where for the public defender, his supplement will go to $93,902. So these are all the nuances that we've discovered, especially related to the public defender's situation, that we're trying our best to articulate it as in a simple way as possible, but just trying to follow and ensure that we are, in our opinion, moving within lockstep of the authority that we believe the board has and staying in concert with the law. And I don't know if the county attorney's office wants to share a little bit more insight as to her perspective that kind of got us into this. Let's make sure we do what we have the authority to do now, give him the $49,000 supplement, and let's hold off until we get some action on the House bill that is going to be approved, or that may be approved by and signed by the governor, and also what also might come from the county, from the Attorney General's office.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
So currently, what are the salaries for these positions?
So on the chart, so we have it broken down, what is the state salary? We have the county salary because some elected officials receive a county salary versus a state salary, and then some individuals also receive a supplement. So we did our best to try and break down those differences on this chart so you can see how all the moving pieces as relates to the elected officials. So you've already taken action on everyone except the Superior Court judges, the district attorney, and the public defender going beyond the $49,748. And I think that's where the conversation about the Attorney General opinion and the county attorney's office leading that discussion may help the board with coming to a decision as to what your final action is going to be for those 3 individuals.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Now, I'm confused by this chart. Are you telling me the state pays all those people listed under state salary?
And maybe when I say state, meaning it's the state salary that either the state pays or the county pays. I'm just saying that's the calculation for their base pay. So there's, for example, the sheriff, we pay the sheriff, the sheriff gets paid from the state, no.
So it's not a state salary, it's a salary set by the state?
A salary set by the state, yes. Yes, Commissioner, sorry about that.
All right, because all the funds come from Fulton County.
In some respects, like the Superior Court judges, only the $72,000 or the $49,000 come from Fulton County.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
Okay, so DA and the judges are paid by the state.
They are paid from the state, correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Morris.
Could you tell us again the law that the governor is about to sign? What does that do?
It's House Bill 1391, and it's slated to increase the public defender's state salary to be equal to the district attorney's. So if you look at the chart, that would move his current state salary from 107, if it's signed, to 128.
All right. And I guess what troubles me still is the contingencies in this paper. That if we pass it, these judges and the other folks here don't get their raises until we get this opinion from the Attorney General. I understand the legal issue. It's I was prepared to go ahead and say, I think we agree with the Chief Judge's opinion about this law. that gives us the right to go ahead and do this, notwithstanding, not waiting for the Attorney General's opinion. But you're obviously interested in saying something, Ms. County Attorney, so go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. I was going to say, and that is this body's prerogative to accept that interpretation over mine. That's why we presented both of the interpretations in an effort to get some support and additional guidance and insight. We did ask the Attorney General's office to give us an unofficial written opinion. However, I have no reason to anticipate that their written opinion will deviate from the verbal opinion that they gave when Chief Judge Brasher and I had a telephone conference with them recently. So I fully anticipate that the written opinion will come back the same as their previously stated verbal opinion.
Which gives us the right to go ahead.
Which makes that statute not a cap.
Right.
It gives us the right to have a supplement that is more than $50,000 if we currently are not at $50,000, which is our situation. The second step of our recommendation again, which you may follow or choose not to, would be to travel through home rule power to increase the supplement if we are not at a cap situation, because the current structure is that supplement for Fulton County Superior Court judges is set through local legislation. So originally, our opinion was that it should be changed through local legislation, local law by the state legislature. However, as we examined the matter further, I am comfortable recommending proceeding under home rule. And our next opportunity to do so would be in June through July.
Right, because it takes a period
You have to have a
of some weeks
specific
between
window of
meetings.
opportunity between the meetings.
Right. Okay. Can I ask the Chief Judge, if you don't mind, Judge, to, I mean, I'm prepared if you all think it's appropriate to suggest an amendment to this paper to take out that contingency. But tell us, if you don't mind, where you all are with respect to this.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris, and thank you, members of the commission, for the chance to speak to you. I'm going to sound very similar to what I sounded like in November, and I'm going to tell you that respectfully, the county attorney and I have had some very productive conversations about it. I appreciate her willingness to approach the Attorney General's office in the first place, much less with us jointly. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, we didn't get the opinion request to them until a week ago. That's the way it is, no worries. But I concur with what she said, and that is, as to the applicability of the $50,000 number in the statute, they will tell you, as I have told you, that it's not a cap, that it only affects those circuits that pay more than $50,000. You don't. When we do, if we do, then it will affect us, but it doesn't affect us now. The second issue I respectfully disagree on is the issue of home rule. There have been, over the years, a number of pieces of local legislation that have been adopted by the General Assembly regarding supplements for Fulton County Superior Court judges. Until the most recent one, it always said an exact amount. The most recent one, which set the supplement at where it is now, $49,748, it said that the governing authority shall pay a supplement of not less than $49,748. So you have all the authorization you need to set it as you need to. Clearly, the legislation before did not give you that authority. The present legislation does. There is no cap. Again, this is the position that I have taken since we were here last year, and again, please don't think anything I'm saying is, I'm not trying to get between the county attorney and you all. It's her job to represent you. I'm just telling you what I think the law says, and again, I appreciate her willingness to say, as I heard from the Attorney General's office, they agree with us on the issue of non-cap. Happy to answer any other questions.
So one approach would be for us to go ahead and approve this as written, which makes it contingent on ultimately getting that written opinion. The alternative, which I'm perfectly comfortable with, and again, with all due respect, I understand her position perfectly. I think it's it's either or.
I
I would be comfortable taking those contingencies out, quite frankly, and passing it today without that.
I ask you to remove the contingencies. I ask you to pass it today. And the reason is because, first of all, we've asked for an unofficial opinion. It's not binding on anyone. Second of all, they may or may not give us an opinion. I worked at the Attorney General's office, and sometimes you do and sometimes they don't. I have reason to believe that they will, and I, of course, have reason to believe it's going to say what it said. But, of course, that's not binding on you one way or the other. I'm asking you to do what the Supreme Court tells me to do, and that is to read the law as it's written and apply the plain language, and the plain language says it's not a cap, and that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Well, that's how I read it as well, and
Was that a friendly
so I'm going to,
amendment?
pardon?
Was that a friendly amendment?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to amend this legislation that's before us to remove the whereas languages and the languages in the now therefore is resolved that make it contingent upon an opinion from the Attorney General.
And I'll second that.
That would be my motion.
Madam DA, come on down.
I just want to make sure it's on the record because he and the county attorney had this conversation earlier in the week. And she did confirm that she personally confirmed what the Attorney General said to our Honorable Chief Judge, said the same thing to her, and I'll have her speak for herself because she's more than capable. It was her opinion that once that was done, that applied to the district attorney as well. And the reason was, and she told me that the language in the statute is exactly the same. And so that it would be her advice upon getting that should include the district attorney. So I just wanted that on the record today to make sure that you all heard what I heard as well.
Right, and that's clearly, I think, in the paper, that it deals with the district attorney and the circuit public defender as well as the Superior Court judges. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion was seconded by,
I
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall, then Commissioner, that's the motion. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman has the floor.
Okay, thank you. And so, Madam DA, with the contingencies in or out, does that affect you?
Well, if they're going to make the motion, it's my understanding, and I'm glad you asked the clarification because I do want the record clear, is that it would impact me. And so just as the Superior Court judges were getting a raise today, so would the elected district attorney, putting us on par.
Okay, so the contingency, I just want to make sure for the listening public, because one thing I've learned down here as a sitting commissioner, Fulton County does what it wants to do, sometime when the opinion is good or bad. And so I want the listening public to know that the contingency is going to hurt the DA or help the DA.
If I'm understanding correctly, so I want to make sure with this, both the Superior Court judges and the district attorney will now be given a supplement by the county of $72,000. The $128,000 you see is paid to us by the state. So I hope that is clear for the record as well. That salary does not come from the county. That salary comes from the state. So what the county would be paying is this supplement of $72,112.
So, Commissioner Morris, if we do it based on what you're saying, that will not hurt the DA?
It will make it clear that the DA gets the raise and doesn't make it contingent.
Okay, and as well as you, thank you, Madam DA, as well as you, with you, Judge Brasher, I want to make sure that we're crystal clear, because I think we have went a little bit too far back and forth with this, and I appreciate all the law partners and what we do. And I know sometimes it becomes sausage making, but sometimes it becomes political too. But I just want to make sure I want to support my colleague here, but I want to make sure we're being fair. Thank you.
I appreciate it very much, and I also appreciate what you all have done to help us attract, retain those key personnel that'll help us with this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Brasher. Thank you, Madam DA.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to amend. Let's vote on that motion first.
We're voting on the motion to amend to remove the contingency,
Yes.
and that was Commissioner Morris and Hall.
Yes. Madam Clerk?
We have to go back. It takes a second, okay? We'll fix it on the, and the
So
vote
on
is
the
open.
amendment.
And that amendment passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Now on the,
Yes, okay, that's unanimous.
now back to the main motion as amendment. Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Hall.
I was just going to make the friendly amendment that Commissioner Morris made.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Arrington.
I just want to make sure that the public understands the difference or what changed with the Attorney General's opinion. And I just want to make sure that we have that on the record so that everybody knows exactly what we're talking about. You know, we have the paperwork, we've been reviewing it and the statutes and stuff, but the public doesn't have the benefit of having all of that same information. And so I want to make sure that we understand. I guess before we were worried that there may be backlash from the state by doing this. And so, Chief Judge, if you don't mind just making, just for the public's benefit, I appreciate you making it real clear exactly what happened with, I understand there was a phone call and there was a previous opinion and now there's a new opinion or updated opinion.
Fortunately, it's been remarkably consistent. I had a conversation with the Attorney General's office in December, and they told me they agreed with my interpretation that it's not a cap, that it only affects those circuits that pay more than $50,000 supplements. Based on that, I reached out to the county attorney. She graciously agreed to get on a phone call with me, with the Attorney General's office. We each stated kind of our take on it, if you will, and they reiterated their previous statement, which is they don't believe it's a cap. They believe that the plain language of the statute is not a cap. It only affects those circuits that pay more than $50,000. Again, the county attorney graciously agreed to jointly request an opinion, which would be an unofficial opinion from the Attorney General's office. Again, the Attorney General has no authority over what you do, which is why it's an unofficial opinion. It's merely advisory. I have no reason to believe, I'm not going to speak for them, that would be foolish of me, but I have no reason to believe that they'll be any different than they've been, in their opinion, than the last 2 times we spoke to them. And that is, they don't believe it's a cap, and that you are not limited by that language unless and until the circuit pays more than $50,000 as a supplement. Presently, you do not. Therefore, you are not limited by that code section.
So then that would mean that after we do this,
It
if we adopt this today, then it would apply after that because then we would be paying more than $50,000.
On that point, we are all in agreement, yes.
Okay.
Did I adequately answer your question?
It did. I just want to make sure that everybody understands, and that particularly the public understands.
And to that end, if I could add one more thing. When that statute was enacted in 2017, I believe, there were already 9 or 10 circuits that were paying more than $50,000 as supplements. So there was a target to that legislation. It wasn't just something that was out there lurking. There were circuits that were paying more, and because of that legislation, they are prohibited from increasing that supplement. Likewise, if Fulton County pays more than 50, Fulton County will also be prohibited from increasing it unless and until that statute is changed. On that point, we all agree. I only add that just so that there's some background that, that we were being paid significantly less than a bunch of other circuits, and so that's one of the reasons why this has come up.
Got it. We got it. Thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to a comment that was made that was very disparaging against the county, and it was Fulton County does what it wants to do, whether the opinion is good or bad. And I want everyone to understand that Fulton County is not only this board of commissioners, that this body that sits here, but it is all the county employees who work for this government agency, and we are always trying to do what is right and good for the people. Each one of us county commissioners may be elected by a district of constituents, but we serve all of the constituents of Fulton County, because when we come here to vote on anything, we vote on it as a body. So we are each serving the entire Fulton County, and there is no one on this Board of Commissioners, and there is no county employee that is trying to do anything wrong or bad. And this particular item is good. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Let me address that quickly. Fulton County Board of Commissioners here does what they want to do. And a Cobb County judge agreed with me. So let me be clear, I'm not talking about Fulton County employees. I'm talking about this body takes whatever actions that this body wants to, whether it's legal, popular, or it affects our solicitor, DA, judges, or whatever. And I stand by that statement. Fulton County Board of Commissioners takes the position that they want to take, whether it is illegal or not. I stand by that. Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please, on the motion before us as amended. Please cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, and is that it for this matter?
Thank you very
Is
much,
that it?
Commissioners.
Anything else? No, I wish we, no, because next week you have other departments here, but is there anything else on this? All right, we were going to take a break. Let's do the COVID report quickly, then we'll recess for lunch. Madam Clerk?
On page 7, 22-0230, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I think this will be very brief. I'll make a few comments, and of course you have the usual materials in front of you. The COVID trends remain very good, but show a slight uptick in daily cases and the positivity rate at 3.4%, and daily cases at 61. In the kind of world of small numbers, that does represent a specific increase or significant increase. It's all driven by the BA.2 variant now, making up the majority of the new cases. So we continue to monitor events in the UK and China, as well as actions in Philadelphia, as an example, where a new mask mandate has been implemented. But our current projections do not show any spike being imminent. We will talk about today briefly an overview of a new partnership with Emory for wastewater testing that will act as a surveillance tool for COVID outbreaks, as well as kiosk that can be done on a self-serve basis. So again, both of those new initiatives allow us to continue to be at the forefront, but perhaps without as much labor content. In our employee base, there have been 9 new infections, 9 new cases since the last board meeting, but employees are being responsive in reporting, as well as adhering to CDC guidance in terms of staying out of the workplace. The Fulton County facilities, I'll say again, more for public benefit than for yours, are in normal operations, including the senior centers, which have returned to congregate meals. We just had a grand opening of the Greenbrier Tax Office, which is spectacular. If you've not seen that, I'd encourage you to visit, and it's a real statement of our commitment to customer service excellence, as well as a return to normal. As we emerge, we continue to push new initiatives. And the most recent one that you would see in your material is a campaign that draws attention to the importance of mental health. And of course, you've given us resources previously before it very generously in this whole area. This is just one more initiative to bring messages to the public that I think are helpful coming out of the pandemic. Regarding behavioral health, we were deeply disappointed that the state funding was not passed in the General Assembly for our Behavioral Health Crisis Intervention Center. More to come on that as we move forward, but we plan to redouble our efforts to find alignment with DBHDD, both in terms of the design, the funding mechanisms, and then ultimately approval through the General Assembly process in the next section. In addition, we continue to focus on employee retention. Of course, that's what the discussion has been over the last hour plus. Of course, the good news is with everything that you've done on COLA and ICS and the initial key classifications, I think we have done substantially more than many other governments and even entities have done. But when you read the Wall Street Journal this week and see truck drivers being paid $110,000 at Walmart, I don't know that this has subsided in terms of recruitment challenges. So obviously we will be back, as we talked about, in the July time period, but I think at that point, the BOC will have to strike a balance between the needs of the employees and the needs of the taxpayer. Last, in terms of these COVID financials, they still remain strong and we are on track. However, there is some discussion of the federal government potentially interrupting the flow of ARPA funds. We've asked our lobbyists to research that and come back with any opinion that they are able to gain. Hopefully that does not happen, because that, of course, is a very substantial additional tranche that we anticipate on those funds coming through. And if that were to happen, that would be, again, a significant interruption in a number of the things that we're doing, including Project Orca. So that's a discussion probably for another day, but I want to make sure if you've heard that in the press, or if you have not, it is at least being potentially discussed. So with that, Mr. Chairman, the deck is in front of you. I think Matt is here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any questions for Mr. Kalmeyer? Any questions? Or just apparently none, just stand by.
Yes, sir.
Oh, go, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, on the potential interruption, which I had not heard, what funds have we received and which ones are we still waiting to receive? I thought we had received most of our cash already.
Commissioner Morris, if the board will recall, the local fiscal recovery funds award that came out of ARPA, it's what we typically refer to as our ARPA dollars.
Right.
Those were to be received in 2 tranches. We received the first tranche last May. The second tranche would be due this May, and it's that pool of resources that there have been some, I guess, some comments made around those. But as of yet, I have not received any communication from Treasury advising that there would be a delay in the expected payment in May. And as the manager indicated, we have reached out to our federal lobbyists to see if they can provide any additional intel on that.
Thank you.
What's next?
Anything else?
Nope.
That concludes our report.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah,
Just a minute,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
What I did want to ask was, I know per the last meeting we had, and I don't know if we got to this part yet. If we haven't, please correct me. And I think it may have been Commissioner Arrington that may have put it forward. I just can't remember. But we were looking at doing something based on Fulton County, trying to do a home mortgage assistance because there was problems with individuals being able to get the help at the state level. It was cumbersome. Do we know any more information? What's the status of this? Because per my notes, we did entertain a conversation about it last time. Dr. Rochelle or County Manager, if you can bring me up to date if my notes are correct.
Thank you, Commissioner. The question that Commissioner Arrington posed was related to creating a program similar to the eviction mitigation program in magistrate court. And so at that time, there was not a discussion about creating a Fulton County mortgage assistance program. As we've shared, the state did receive the $354 million for that program. That program is up and running. The concern that was posed is how can we perhaps create a similar mitigation strategy for home foreclosure.
Is that still in the wraps? Have we looked at it?
So I did have a conversation with the Madam Clerk of Superior Court. She had two issues. One, she was concerned that as the clerk, she wanted a legal opinion as to her role in any type of mitigation strategy, if it would be seen as favoritism for one party in the litigation over the other. And so she wants to get a legal opinion regarding what role she can play and her operations can play in such a strategy. The other question that she wants an opinion on is related to if this would be perceived as providing legal advice. Where we ended was looking at the dispute resolution process in Superior Court as a possible path forward for working with homeowners and plaintiffs to resolve the matter through that process that's currently in Superior Court.
So Dr. Rochelle, I want to make sure for the listening audience, you haven't scrapped it, you're just trying to see if we're able to do it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, I just need the county, maybe the county manager can answer this if it's your purview, county manager. We passed a resolution on 3/17/21, and in that resolution, it says that we actually were going to look at providing job training or youth services. And since summer will be upon us shortly, and this was something that was prioritized and voted on and passed in 3/17/21, is there any conversations on board for any summer youth training, any summer jobs? We have a serious gang issue here in the county that spreads from one end of the county to the other. And I would hope, since we passed this over a year ago, that maybe we can try to look at some type of summer youth job, some type of summer job training, since we passed this over a year ago. If you can speak to that, County Manager, I really would appreciate it.
What we do have in the ARPA program is the job training program that we did now, I guess, twice over, right, Mr. Adams? But it's not really youth-oriented. Let me ask you to speak to that, and I'll come back to this question.
Commissioner, as we briefed the board, I think it was last meeting, we do have we are using some of the ARPA funding specifically for job training. I don't have the presentation, so I'm trying to recollect how much of that was devoted towards youth or where the youth program fits in. I can get that information to you. Actually, I can get that information to you by the time we come back after lunch, if that's okay.
That's fine.
I can add that the two partnerships last year that we launched were with the National Black Arts Festival. We did have a summer, and it wasn't necessarily summer, but it was geared toward youth. That launched in October of 21. Because it launched late, it's from October 21 through October 2022. The second program that was geared toward youth was with the Fulton County School System and the Restaurant Association. That also launched in October of 2021 through October of 2022. So I believe those are the two that you may be referencing, but they're not specifically for summer.
Is there a possibility that maybe close, I mean, I know we have a lot going on, County Manager, but maybe we can revisit or try to see if we can make sure we have some type summer youth employment in place, or at least something geared, because I'm a firm believer that part, among other social ills we have, but part of the problem that we're having is such with gang violence is idle minds. And so we have individuals that are in homes that are trying to find money any way possible, whether it's breaking in cars, breaking in homes, and ultimately taking lives. I know that Fulton County cannot be the answer to everything. I am a realist, but I would like to really humbly ask that we try to have something in place this summer for the youth, for Fulton County youth, please.
So let me ask Dr. Rochelle to take a look at that. COVID interrupted, we had momentum
Exactly.
pre-COVID, and then we tried it virtually as well. So it probably requires us to sit down and put our thoughts together. So we'll do that.
I appreciate
And to
it.
the county manager's point, what we launched was a partnership with 21st Century Leaders, which is a leadership program across Fulton County with high schools, and it provides, it's an online platform, but it does provide some financial incentives, but not salaries.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Commissioner Arrington, please.
Thank you. Yes. My question remains. There are people losing their houses every day. I didn't ask or talk about any type of Fulton County program. The U.S. Treasury has allocated $354 million to the state of Georgia to help people save their homes. Now, I was told that we don't track cases by foreclosure, but I'm looking at it right now. I just pulled up a case. It says it has a space for date, and then it has a space for type. And the type of case, it says judicial foreclosure. So I know we have a listing of it. The case above it says name change position under type of case. Where is the list of the type of cases for judicial foreclosure? Where is that list, and how many people are on it in Fulton County?
Commissioner Arrington, I did ask the clerk of Superior Court that specific question, and she said to me that she does not have a list of cases, that cases are randomly assigned, and that she does not have a list.
Okay, I will give her a call and have a talk, but I want you to see this.
Yes, sir.
When you go into the clerk's website, you put in a case name or number. It may say divorce is the type of case. It may say contract is the type of case. Because what you do when you initially fill it out, you fill out a case in an initiation form. And on that case initiation form, you check which type of case it is. Is this a breach of contract case? Is this a divorce case? Is this a judicial foreclosure case? You check that off on the initiation form. And guess what? Somebody inputs it into this computer. Because when I look at it, it says, hey, type of case, divorce, type of case, foreclosure, type of case, name change petition. So somebody's tracking it, and if it's not us, then we need to know who it is.
Yes, sir.
Somebody is tracking it. Somebody can provide that list today so that nobody else loses their home in Fulton County. Somebody can provide this list today. Maybe it's Tyler Technologies. Maybe it's Odyssey. Maybe it's the clerk. Somebody can provide this list today because it is in digital format and it says type of case. So please have somebody provide this information for me today. Because it's been 60 days since I last asked about it. And it was 60 days then from when I first asked about it. So it's been 120 days of people losing their homes. I'm not losing my home, so this doesn't really affect me. But there's people out there every day losing their homes. Does nobody care about that? Do we want to have to put more money into the eviction program because homeowners are being foreclosed on? And then once they get foreclosed on, the next step up is eviction. Where is the list of the foreclosure cases in this computer system that we run every day? Where is that list? Somebody has it. I need it today.
I will certainly go back to the clerk and ask her that question again, Commissioner.
Call Odyssey. I don't care who you call. I need the list today before 5 p.m.
Commissioner Rockman.
I apologize, County Manager. I want to make sure, because unfortunately I was outside of the Assembly Hall, and I do honestly apologize because I know we're getting ready to end. Now, it's my understanding that the General Assembly funded $95 million for mental health. Is it that Fulton County didn't get any of that money?
Yes, ma'am. The specific ask that we had was for $9.3 million for ongoing support for a behavioral health crisis center. And at the final hours, so to speak, which I copied all the commissioners on an set of email exchanges I had with the commissioner for Department of Behavioral Health, that $9.3 million, I believe, got spread into other mental health areas, which there's nothing wrong with that in the grand scheme of things, because we may benefit, as an example, if Georgia Regional Hospital has more bed staffing. But on the other hand, what we were looking for and had great expectations for was that $9.3 million was coming to Fulton County, and in fact had been put into the budget by the Speaker Pro Tem, Jan Jones. That's what did not survive the conference committee process.
Okay, I just needed clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
On that, thank you.
All right, Commissioners, I will entertain a motion to go into, well,
Since we're talking about mental health, our campaign, we need to hear a little bit about the mental health campaign. Come on up, Ms. Corbett. Quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask the team to please pull up the slide that shows the mental health campaign. We did want to let the commissioners know that as we get what we have seen throughout our COVID response and read and talking with the medical examiner's office.
That's slide 25.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Is that the impact of COVID-19 is more than physical, and we have seen increase in suicide rates and overdose deaths, and behavioral health impact to children and adolescents. And so we have, as we looked at the dollars that were allocated for our COVID-19 response, and specifically those that are related to vaccination, we are using a portion of those to direct clients in Fulton County who are experiencing those ongoing behavioral health concerns and directing them to care within our system. So the first piece of this is a billboard that is up live now that you can see. It's close by, as you can see the Capitol in the background, that takes people to a new website, which we're continuing to add to, that is fultoncountyga.gov/help-us-here, that connects people to either the National Suicide Helpline, to the Georgia Crisis Access Line, or to local services here in Fulton County, where we provide services for children and adults with counseling and other behavioral health services. So more to come. May is Mental Health Month. There will be a lot more that you will see. We do have some social media graphics that we will be sharing with you that you can include in your social media pages and in your newsletters and things like that. But you will hear some radio, digital, and other billboards coming soon. So we're very excited about this. This will also, one of your agenda items today for behavioral health is related to a grant that they received last year. So this campaign will dovetail with the health literacy campaign that they are working on. And again, raising awareness of our behavioral health services, raising awareness of what behavioral health is. Many people are experiencing stress and anxiety, but don't necessarily realize those are symptoms for which they can get help and have better outcomes in their day-to-day life.
And Jessica, you had an update from our lobbyist relative to the ARPA funds. Would you mind giving that to the board?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. We did. We have also heard some of the news reports about ARPA, and specifically because of some of the dynamics with Congress and some of the funding bills that have been brought forward, we asked the lobbying team to just do some research about the possibilities of those funds being clawed back that have been unallocated. So the preliminary feedback they've received is that our delegation does not believe that will occur. They believe that the support in Congress is for the dollars to remain at the county level where they can be utilized. Of course, we're going to continue to track that and engage them to make sure that they understand how important those dollars are locally and that they have been committed and are being used.
All right, thank you, Jessica. And
Thank
part of
you.
our mental health campaign is promoting the new 988 line. Is that not correct?
That is also, yes, that is absolutely correct. We have had discussion with Ms. Foster and her team about that, and there will be a lot more to come. So I think this is going to be a big year for mental health services, and you'll see a lot more coming out of that. The state DBHDD will also be doing a campaign around that, so we will make sure that we're connecting with their messaging as well.
Very good, very good. All right, Commissioners, one more time. I will entertain a motion to break for lunch and executive session to discuss land, legal, or personnel matters.
So moved.
All right,
And the vote is open.
properly moved and seconded.
Motion.
Without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation set forth in items 1 through 3 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And is there a motion to approve the personnel matter set forth in item 6 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Any other items, Madam County Attorney?
No, Chairman Pitts, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, then back to page 7.
Yes, on page 7, county manager's items.
Okay, it's 3:22. We're going to move quickly.
22-0231, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of a resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority to the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris and seconded by, I'll second it. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall, seconded. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has the floor.
I just want, for the sake of the listening public, I noticed that we are trying to go back to normal. So I'm trying to understand the need to extend the emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and the county manager for related purposes. I'm just trying to get an understanding if the majority of us in here don't have on any masks. We're trying to go back to normal. How much longer will this be in place, and what is truly the need of it? If someone can please answer that.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Felicia to address the types of things that we use this for?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioners, you are correct. We have gone back to business as usual in some spans. We bring items to you all the time for regular approval. There are still some items that are hard to acquire, that are difficult, that we're competing with a lot of people to get. We are very judicious in what those items are. Regular items come before this board, go through the procurement process. A lot of these emergencies still go through a procurement process, but not the regular protracted, because we have to act quickly on these resources that they have. If they have them available, we got to be able to move quickly in order to obtain them.
Ms. Whitaker, in the sake of transparency for our listening audience, would you mind just giving an example of what would require that action? An item, or, you know, would it be something as far as a truck of hand sanitizer? Just, I want to educate the audience as to why this still needs to be in place.
An example would have been the latest ones when we had to obtain the test kits. It was quite difficult to get those. We had to move with the person that had them available. And even then, there were shipping issues that we had to deal with. We got some here, some there. So those are the kind of issues that we're talking about. We're not talking about regular day-to-day items or construction items that we can procure through our regular process.
Okay, and also, I'm assuming county manager, but if not you, do we have an idea of how longer this emergency procurement process may go on? Will it go on another year? Will it go on another 2 years? Is it foreseeable for at least 6 months we need to look at it? Could you please, for the listening audience, please speak to that if that's your purview?
Mr. Manager, if I may, while you're preparing your comments, one of the things I want to make sure the board is aware of is that FEMA did extend the 100% reimbursement for our response until July 1st. So it really behoove us to go ahead and make sure we stay in this emergency declaration period of time, especially as we do in the package you saw earlier. We're in a phase 2 of kind of this ramp down period that we're looking for. We're still doing vaccination throughout the community, whether it be at our fixed sites, we're doing more mobile. And to be eligible for that 100% reimbursement, I think it would just behoove us to say that we are still in this type of a response period, ma'am.
And so is it safe to say that this could possibly last at least to the end of 2022?
It's
At a minimum?
It's a distinct possibility. We have
Okay.
100% reimbursement to July 1st. We switched to a 90% reimbursement process to the end of the calendar year. It would allow us to be able to go ahead and put ourselves in a better position going into 2023. We really don't know. I mean, that's the thing that I think every one of us wishes we have, is a pretty good crystal ball of how COVID will continue to operate in our environment. We do want to switch more from a pandemic response to an endemic response, and that's what we want to build as capacity and capabilities. And I think that's one of the things that you'll see in our handout that we had earlier, and I believe that's the guidance that the county manager has given us as well, is to be prepared for what the future will bring us.
And clearly, I understand the need for it, but I have gotten questions from my constituents. This has been a practice since I've been in office, and I understand the reason for it. Would you be able to speak on if neighboring counties are still doing this? Is this the norm across Georgia, or is it the larger counties? Would you have any information to that?
I would have to look into that. I know Cobb County did do a declaration not long ago when we had the surge. Recently, their chairperson went ahead and did an emergency declaration again. I don't know what the time period was for that. The governor has the ability to go ahead at just a flip of his pen as well, put us back in a statewide emergency declaration process if we start seeing surges to that level. I think what we are trying to do more in the homegrown aspect is hit that last pockets of individuals that we know that have had poor uptake in vaccination status, and really try to make this final push to get everyone vaccinated that we possibly can before we switch into this more preparedness phase for what's the future.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that this one lasts, is this 3 months or 6 months, this particular one? The emergency procurement?
I'm not sure the duration.
They're 1 month at a time.
1 month at a
We
time.
bring it back to the board at least once each month for you to extend it for effectively another 30 days.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate, that's all my questions.
Yes, ma'am. Georgia law normally makes it a 30-day process. The governor has to redo his every 30 days as well, so I'm assuming that's why we're sticking that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0232, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0203, request approval of an ordinance pursuant to the Home Rule provision of the Georgia Constitution, repealing sections of certain local acts which establish certain provisions of the purchasing code and amending the Fulton County Purchasing Code.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Just a quick question. Just for the listening audience, I know what this means, but can you, in layman's term, just explain to the purpose and the need of this for the listening audience, please?
Yes, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This request is for the purchasing thresholds to be increased. Our purchasing thresholds.
Speak up a little bit,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Strongwood.
Our purchasing thresholds, is that better? Our purchasing thresholds have been the same since 1998. That's 24 years. Between the 50,000 and the 100,000, we are losing a lot of staff. There's a lot of pressure on our workload, and we're not on the same playing field with our neighboring jurisdictions, such as the City of Atlanta, Gwinnett County, and others. The analogy I make is to bid with us, between that 50,000 and 100,000, you have to be a Navy SEAL. To bid with others, just basic training. And so we are competing with them for staff, the same resources, staff, bidders. We're competing with them, and we're just asking that we have ours adjusted so that we can operate more efficiently. And I believe the presentation kind of details a lot more of that, but this is to increase our purchasing thresholds.
And so, Ms. Whitaker, basically, so I can know we're on the same page, this is just to bring us up in line for something that has, it's kind of been in place for at least 24 years.
Yes.
And so this gives you the opportunity to be more, I guess, competitive, so to speak,
Yes.
and kind of bring you up to date.
Yes.
Okay, with
And
the
in
ability
line
to-
with our neighboring jurisdictions.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. That's what I needed.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners. My staff and I thank you tremendously. Thank you.
Bottom of page 7, 22-0233, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of April 13th, 2022 Budget Soundings.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Our CFO Whitmore, if you don't mind, I clearly know what this means, but in layman terms, for those individuals that are listening, can you, for the public's benefit, please expound just quickly and lightly on the sounding process and, why the board utilizes this process? And is this the best process for us to keep our budgets balanced?
Thank you, Commissioner. The budget soundings process is the formal method by which we bring department-level budget adjustments forward to the board for approval. It is required under the budget statutes that changes at the department level be approved by the board, and the soundings process is the means by which we do that.
One other quick question, if you don't mind, for the sake of our listening audience. The budget soundings process, is this something that, I guess, what am I trying to ask you? Is this something that you all are responsible for initiating, or is this something that we bring forward to you all? Do you understand? Maybe I'm trying to ask that in a way that you can answer it for our listening audience.
Yes, ma'am. Typically, the budget soundings process is administered by the Finance Department. They establish the time frame by which soundings requests may be presented, the criteria for which a budget soundings may be presented. There is a review process, and those items are vetted and then brought forward to the board for approval. So some items that come forward may not be presented to the board because they did not meet the criteria, or there is another way to meet the need without needing to amend the overall budget for the department. So there is a process that's defined by the Finance Department. It's communicated annually to the department heads with the submission dates for soundings requests to be submitted. And we receive those and present them to the board between the months of April and October.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 22-0234, Finance, request approval of a supplemental pricing resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of general fund tax anticipation notes.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Just a quick question, once again, to our CFO Whitmore. Could you kind of, in layman's term for our listening public, explain what what the passage of this resolution will mean to the Fulton County taxpayers, and what is the, I would call the tax anticipation note is, and how do we come to the amount of the 175?
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
can do it just in layman's term, please.
Very briefly, in as layman's terms as I possibly can. The tax anticipation note is a short-term borrowing. We use it for cash flow purposes. As you know, the county receives the majority of its revenue and therefore its cash through the annual tax billing and collection process. Those receipts come in to us in the last quarter of the year. Typically at this time of the year, each year we are beginning to enter the trough of our cash balance. We need to do this short-term borrowing in order to have cash on hand to continue to fund county operations while we await the receipt of the 2022 property tax revenue. The $175 million is a calculated number. It's based on what we brought into the year from a cash and fund balance perspective, and we look at our actual and projected revenue and expenditures over the first 6 to 8 months of the year in order to determine what our borrowing threshold is for this year. And this year, we've calculated around $175 million.
And also, my last and final question dealing with this one, was this bidded out and competitively bid, and was the lowest acceptable bid met for it?
We did work with our financial advisors in order to receive competitive offers from financial institutions. We received 8 of those, and Truist did come forward with the lowest bid, and it was for 1.04%. The range was 1.04 up to 1.87, and so what's before the Board of Commissioners today is the most competitive interest rate that was offered.
Thank you.
Further questions? None. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
You have the floor, Commissioner.
We are getting back up to the original agenda items on these various HR items, and I've been informed by law and HR that we need to reconsider one of the items, item 22-0237.
What page?
It's on page 8. It's 22-0237. There was an error in the state court judge supplement, I'm informed. And so as on the prevailing side, I'll make a motion that we reconsider item 22-0237.
Properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I'm sorry, that was from previous, it never changed.
All right, any comments or questions on the?
Do we need a vote to reconsider?
Yeah, reconsider. Okay. First of all, the vote to reconsider. Those are, Madam Clerk.
That's item 237?
0237.
237.
0237.
To reconsider.
Okay, if you would, please put in your motion. And Commissioner Hall was second. Oh, Commissioner Ellis. This is to reconsider item 237.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And the vote is open.
All right, on the motion to reconsider, please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's before us.
And then, well, law suggests that then we need a motion to rescind the approval, the original approval of 22-0237. If that's the case, law, I will make that motion that we rescind the earlier adoption.
And I'll need a second. All right, properly moved and second. button, Commissioner. So, as a mover and a seconder, Commissioner Hall. All right, the motion to rescind is before us. Please vote.
And the vote is open to rescind. And the motion
And now-
passes 6.
And now I'll move that we approve and adopt Resolution 22-0237 with the amendment we put on there for the part-time magistrate judges at $83 an hour.
Yes.
And, Mr. Herman, what is your second
And I
correction?
second it.
Good afternoon, again, Commissioners. Thank you very much, Commissioner Morris, for for bringing this reconsideration. First, I want to apologize for even putting you in this position, but what has occurred is we erred when we did the calculation for the state court judges. We took, and the chart that I sent you, just placed in front of you, the state court judges, their salary by state law is supposed to be 95% of the total compensation of superior court judges. What I presented to you earlier only took the 95% off of the base pay for superior court judges. So that's why we now need to correct the.
So this corrects that.
This would correct the supplement. So the supplement amount in the resolution only needs to be $3,118.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, and I believe the friendly amendment for the magistrates was to have it be the same hourly rate as the full-time judges, not a defined amount. Is that not correct?
The full-time magistrate judges, that's correct.
The part-time would be the hourly rate of the full-time magistrate judges.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 8, 22-0239, registration and elections as amended. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder for the printing of Dominion Voting Systems election ballots for the 2022 general, municipal, and special elections and runoffs.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair Houseman, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. Unfortunately, once again, we have an agenda item related to elections that raises questions from the public, and we heard some of those questions this morning. I would like to give our purchasing folks or elections people, whoever can answer the questions, the opportunity to explain why this item had to be revised and what happened with the original posting of this item. And then I'll have a couple of comments, I'm sure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I completely understand your frustration with what should be a simple agenda item action. On Monday, as I was reviewing the agenda items, I recognized that the agenda item for registration and elections for the ballot printing was incorrect and did not include all of the purchasing information. As the chief purchasing agent, I could not allow the board to consider an agenda item that was not correct and did not have all of the required information. The information that was missing was the effective dates with the renewal options and the contractor performance reports. In Legistar, a purchasing agenda item has a minimum of 10 people who have to touch that agenda item. And unfortunately, the system does not provide the level of detail to tell me what happened to the agenda item. We simply know that something happened to the agenda item, it was incorrect, we needed to fix it, and that's what we have attempted to do. We do recognize that we have and continue to have some issues with the current system. So with this one, I don't know if it was system related or if if it was human error and someone simply did not save the agenda item as it was moving through the workflow. So nonetheless, I do apologize for that, but I needed to correct the record to make sure you knew what you were voting on as far as time.
All right, well, thank you for that. I'm going to deal with your answer after I ask, has everything in this line item been verified? And can someone explain to the public the reason that we have to make this special purchase for absentee ballot materials?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Nadine Williams, Interim Director. I would be more than happy to answer your questions. This is not a special item. We have to order ballots for every election. The quantities that are in this are just a not to exceed purchase amount. We will not necessarily spend that amount of money, but that's what we have in there in case of emergency or any type of situation. So that's why those items are in there.
So this is the required paper by Georgia law, what we have to have.
Yes, ma'am. We're required to have Dominion paper by Georgia law. We're required to have 10% of the number of registered voters for provision of emergency ballots, but we actually provide 20% in case of emergency. And we also have absentee ballots, a test stick, and that information in this file.
And then also, according to Georgia law, all of the supplies that are associated with this process are tracked and monitored and accounted for.
Yes, ma'am.
So if someone did an open records request, we could show exactly where everything went.
We sure can. We have a chain of custody to prove where everything will go and everything has been. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm sure you heard some of the comments this morning about the audit and what sort of improvements have been put in place after the audit. Can you speak to that at all?
We have made sure that we have a full inventory system that we're going to be implementing for the May election. It's going to help track all the ballot bags, everything that goes out. So everything will be tracked. The system was not implemented previously. We just have full implementation of it, of the WDS system, so all that will track the ballots.
All right. I should have said congratulations on your appointment before I started asking you all these questions. And I feel compelled to do so because we continue to have comments, and I think it's appropriate to address this publicly. There was also a question raised about poll workers and who's assigned to what function. People, I think, have asked for certain functions that they are now being told are full. Can you just talk a little bit about how you're staffing this particular function, the absentee ballot processing?
At this moment, the absentee ballots, because the turnout is lower than anticipated, we are not filling all those positions because might not be necessary. To date, we've only received 2,142, I believe, absentee ballot applications. We had allocated several positions for that, but right now we're just gauging it to see how many ballots are going to come in, because it's not necessary for staff to not have to do any work, so they will not sit there and waste taxpayer dollars if there's not enough ballots coming in. We are fully staffed for absentee, but we have other positions that we are hiring for. And for the persons that did make comments, the 4 people that did make comments, those people have been contacted. Some of them were contacted previously, but I did ensure the staff contacted them again today. So, and all those links for any positions are actually online on the Fulton County website, so they actually can click to get assignments with all the temp agencies that we currently have.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that our elections operations are reverting back to pre-pandemic type situations where the majority of folks did not vote absentee by mail.
Yes, the count is much lower for absentee ballots by mail.
All right, is there somewhere where people can track how many ballots have been applied for?
I will have to research that. I'll have to look into that. I do not believe so, but I'll look into that.
I mean, do y'all report that? I know in early voting, you report the numbers every day. And
yes, when the election takes place, once they start coming in, there will be a post every close of poll that shows how many people voted in person and how many absentee ballots were received. We don't have that posted at this time, but once advanced voting begins, it will be a daily post on the Fulton County website.
And we'll have our app again so people can look at the times it's going to take them if they go vote and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
All right. So the only other thing I want to say, and I had a conversation with with Felicia earlier about, how it just seems like all these election items are jinxed. And everything that gets put on the agenda seems to have something that gets everybody worked up. And not everybody, but a lot of people. And so I'm just going to say it every single time. We've just got to really be careful that what we put out in this particular area is accurate. And, you know, and I understand you've got some software issues. If we need new software, we need to be getting new software, so I hope that we're looking at that as well. I think we're all kind of over having to explain every little thing on this. We all know all the hard work that's gone into addressing all of the issues that were raised in 2020. And I know we want to instill confidence with the public, so that's the reason I'm asking these questions. If there's anything anybody else wants to add to this, you're welcome to, but I know how hard y'all are working, and when something like this happens, it just kind of negates all of the good work that we're doing, and that's very unfortunate.
Commissioner Ellis?
Well, I was going to ask you, for the sake of the listening public, to explain this in layman's terms, but I think you did a pretty good job of it just then. But to clarify just a couple of points, so it's an up to amount, correct? And this would be for the entirety of the election cycle for this year. Is this primary as well as the general election, or is this just for the primary?
This is for the primary.
Just for the primary election? Okay. So we'll see primary and the runoffs?
This is for the primary election.
And
With the
any
quanti-
runoffs necessary too?
If there is a runoff, it'll be on June 21st.
Okay. I'm just confused on it because it says for printing for 2022 general, municipal, and special elections and runoffs.
Commissioner, the way it was advertised was for general, primary, and runoffs. That's what we were provided, and that's what was advertised.
So this would be for general, primary, and runoff?
For 2022, yes.
Okay. So
And
there
it
would-
is a not-to-exceed amount.
So
If-
there-
I'm sorry.
So we would see another item related to printing come back to us potentially for the, you say the general, comma, primary and runoff elections?
Correct.
Or are we just talking about the primary and runoff elections?
I think it was all runoffs. If any additional funding is needed, we would come back to the board to make that request. But my understanding is that it's for the 2022 fiscal year for all.
Okay, you're saying
elections.
you said it's just for the primary cycle.
For the quantities that's on the sheet that I'm referring to, it would be for the primary election,
Primary election and any runoffs necessary, or just the primary election?
just the primary.
So it sounds like to me, if there is any additional, when we were given the specification, it said primary, general, and that's exactly what the solicitation document says, and that's what people submitted their pricing for. And so if we have to come back, we will come back to the board. Okay.
So we're not clear in terms of what this is?
So when the solicitation was given to us, Mr. Baring provided us with that information.
So if this were delayed a week, does this create a problem?
No, I don't believe we're going to exceed the amount that's listed, so I don't believe it's going to pose a problem.
Okay, so would it be worthwhile to get that clarified?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, motion to hold. Substitute motion to hold.
Substitute motion to hold. Is there a second on the substitute motion to hold? All right, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote,
But I do have a question.
even though we're going to hold.
Yeah, because I think when she comes back, she needs to answer this question. Are these printed as you go, or is this printed in advance? And you said you only had 2,100 applications right now, so how, are you conserving what you actually print, or?
Yes, we're conserving what we print. The absentee that's listed on here, we actually print them in-house, so we probably will not utilize these funds. It is here in case there's something problematic with our equipment. That's why it's listed on here for emergency purposes. In regards to the test deck, the amount that's listed for the test deck, we will not know that amount until we actually receive the ballot project, which would actually determine the amount. So these amounts will, most likely will decrease. But we print as we go in regards to absentee ballots, yes. The answer to that question is yes. They only print them as they need them.
So then the supplies can roll over to the runoff or the general as needed?
No, because the provisional ballots would be dated, would have the election date on them, so no, we could not utilize those. And the absentee ballots, they would print them as they need them, so there would not be an excess that they would waste.
All right, so these are absentee and provisionals.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Holding it, so I'm
Yes.
fine.
All right, Commissioner Upton Rockman, you still want to be heard?
Just one quick question. In holding this, will this hamper or delay any of our preparations for the upcoming election?
Yes, it would. We have to prepare to be ready for the election. There's several provisional ballots that have to be packed and supplied and ready to go. So if this was held, depending on how long it's held, it could impact the election.
So if we were to hold it today and make a decision on it on the 20th, would that impact your department, yes or no?
20th of?
20th of April.
Yes, because our ballot printer has to prepare the ballots.
Just a minute.
I'm confused, Chair. Well, that's why I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I would have to literally
Just a minute,
talk.
just a minute. Previously, you said that it would not delay in any way. Now you're saying it will. My guess is that it will. So which is it?
It will not delay absentee because we print those in-house. Depending on the ballot printer, I'd have to speak to the ballot printer to see how long it would take for them to print the ballot. But I'm thinking April 20th, for us to be prepared to hand out provisional ballots. We have technically a month between April 20th and the time the provisional manager, the managers come pick up their ballots. So so I would say, technically, I would say no. We could, it would depend on the ballot printer. Yeah, I believe he does it, he would he'd expedite it, so it could be possible, but I would recommend not holding it.
So since I have the floor, let me finish asking you a question. We are already under a microscope with SB 202. And decisions we make from a budgetary concern, we cannot tie your hands, and if there's a problem, come back and say it's your fault. So what I need you to do, because I don't need you to piecemeal the answer, I'm just gonna ask you. If we do not make a up or down vote and we hold this today, will it in any way impact your office in regards to the upcoming elections?
Yes, I'm gonna say a definite yes.
Thank you.
Commissioners, in looking at the agenda item, it does say the general primary election. We will clarify, but for right now, we will make sure the PO is only for the general primary election and not for anything else. If there's anything else, we'll come back to the board for approval.
All right, now, the motion on the floor is to hold. Commissioner Ellis?
Okay, I will withdraw my motion to hold.
All right, who was the seconder? Was Commissioner Hausman? You have to withdraw your second first. All right, so the motion to hold has been withdrawn, properly withdrawn, and we're back to the main motion, which was to approve. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk?
Okay, and the motion to approve, the vote is open. That's the hold. They're not hold. We need to go back to the main motion. Yes, one moment.
Okay.
Go back to the main motion.
That's
Now,
what it,
the
yeah.
motion on, just a minute. The motion on the floor now is to approve.
However, mine says motion to
Right.
hold, Chairman.
She's changing, the clerk is in the process of changing all of the screens. I can do this a lot quicker without this machine, so. it's-
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve.
Okay.
No, the original motion
Well,
to,
we got it now. You have
I
it?
think we had a motion
Okay,
to hold.
go
I
ahead.
don't, I second whatever.
All right, let's do it this way. It's a
There
motion
it
to-
is. Okay, just open the vote. And the vote is open.
This is not complicated. Motion to approve now by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. On the motion to approve, please vote.
You click on it?
Okay. Yeah, 15 seconds. I'm gonna do. What? All right, you ready? 'Cause I'm gonna do a. Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna vote. All right, those in favor say aye, opposed, no. It's approved.
Aye.
Thank you. Next item, it's approved.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, is this not the same software system that gave us the trouble with this particular item? The whole voting system, the whole legacy or whatever you call it, is that the problem? Please, y'all get something else.
Next item. Come on, Madam Clerk, let's go. Next item.
It might just need to update.
On page 9, 22-0240, Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide landfill, solid waste disposable, and single-stream recycling services.
All right, motion to approve by. Yeah, it's disappearing. A motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
I'm not sure who will answer this, but I have a question. What landfills do we currently use for the county's waste? Who would else be able to?
The county has two.
Okay.
One is Wolf Creek, and the other is Morgan Falls in Sandy Springs.
Okay, and of these two, are any of them minority-owned or women-owned business? Are they part of either one of these contracts?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, motion is to approve. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 7 with Commissioner Hall, unanimously. 22-0241, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing for the purchase of landscape and ground maintenance equipment.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0242, request approval to increase spending authority for the replacement and installation of a new battery in the uninterrupted power supply system unit at the Fulton County Justice Center Tower.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have the floor.
Yes, also with this question as well, are either one of these, or is this a minority-owned or woman-owned businesses? Are they a part of any of these contracts for this particular item?
Commissioner, for this item, this is not, this is a non-minority on this item. On the previous item, I do apologize, I couldn't get to my mic quick enough. It was 88.39% minority and female participation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. No other question.
All right, let's vote, please. All right, what's going on?
The vote is open. And motion passes unanimously. 22-0243, Request approval of statewide contracts to provide tires, tube, accessories, and repair services for county fleet vehicles.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 10, 22-0244, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide HVAC equipment and parts on an as-needed basis.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0245, request approval for use of Beltline TAD funds for Phase 2 library construction projects.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question because I'm thinking maybe I might be missing some pages. I'm not sure. This actually says that it covers the renovations of the Peachtree Library, the MLK Library, and East Point Library. But the only thing I see the most detail on is the East Point Library. I see drawings and everything. It's like pages and pages of them. So I wanted to know more about the MLK Library because we've actually had meetings in the past about it, gone to look at it, and wanted to know what the update was on that in relation to this.
The MLK Library will be a renovation at this time. It will stay in the exact location that it currently exists in. We will go in and we will repair that facility, repaint, put new carpet, new furniture, all consistent with what we've done on other projects. One of the things we found as we looked into the cost of construction for new construction at this time, it has risen so dramatically. It has outpaced our ability to pay for it at this point. So we think the approach to stay where we are, to fix that facility, to get it consistent with the other libraries that we've renovated to date is the right approach. And we'll look at what can be done down the road as construction costs. Is a downturn.
Yes.
In the cost. Materials are hard to get. It's really been interesting.
Yes, it really has. Well, thank you.
Sure.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Mr. Collins, I just wanted to say welcome back.
Well, thank you.
And we're glad you're back and glad you're doing well and just glad that you're healthy again.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's
Commissioner
good to be
Ellis?
back.
Oh, man. I was going to say welcome back too, but just real quick question. Is that amount of TAD funds, is that roughly the amount that we have available to us each year, or is that, how does that sort of determine when we can draw down on those?
It was 69 million at one point, 6, 7 years ago.
Joe Davis, Director of Real Estate Asset Management. Commissioner Ellis, when you refer to that amount, are you referring to the 1.114 million listed in the item?
Yeah, and just sort of generally, what's available to us in the process for us drawing down and what can we use them for?
So the requirements for the TAD fund usage is that it has to be a capital improvement project at any of the given libraries in the system. In terms of the availability of the funds, we currently have roughly a little over $14 million available in accrued TAD funds. However, I would defer to the CFO for any insight as to how that accrues over time. But as it stands, any approval by the board for the use of those TAD funds would be permissible under the current resolutions.
They come in annually. We receive about 1.3 million each year.
Okay.
And what, Ray, you think 5 or 6 more years worth of receipts?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, how do we ensuring that we actually, I mean, we had this big discussion about TADs the other day, right? And how much of our tax funds have gone into it. And I guess, I don't know how many of these where we have access to a certain amount of funds. This may be the only one where we've got, the way it's structured, where we get monies to potentially use for capital projects. How are we ensuring that we actually get these funds, use them, and expend them on county projects? Because we would have done, and if we got money's accrued, I would have thought we would have had enough projects we would have been doing already where we could have drawn down on all of them. I mean, what's sort of our method to drawing down on these funds?
Well, Commissioner Ellis, we really are only just now beginning to draw down on those funds.
Okay.
I believe we have used them previously to purchase bookmobiles a few years back, and maybe a very few small other items, primarily because we had the bond construction program underway. So our focus was on completing the new facilities and the renovation of the existing facilities. So we've just now really begun to turn our attention to use of the TAD funds.
Do they expire, or are they just allocated to us until we've fully expended them?
I'd have to go back and look at the original item to see if they have an expiration date, but it would not be before the end of the TAD itself. So.
This is the Beltline TAD?
Yes, sir.
This particular one?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay, thank you.
Vice Chair?
Is this not where we got the $1 million to add to the book collection this year?
It is.
So that's the capital use that we could consider in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
And then could it be used for maintenance items if, you know, something happened, rather than using general fund dollars for large, like chillers or anything like that?
Significant maintenance items, yes, ma'am, but not light bulbs and things like that.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0246, Arts and Culture, request approval of a resolution approving an IGA between Fulton County and the City of Johns Creek to create selection panel and to commission artwork from the steel material used to construct the historic Rogers Bridge.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? All right, please vote.
And the vote is open.
It is.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0247, Community Development, request approval of a substantial amendment to the HUD 2021 Annual Action Plan for Home Investment Partnerships for a 2021 budget revision.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Could you please, for the sake of the listening audience, please explain how this, because I see that it's for the 2021 budget revision, and authorize the chairman to disperse funds and execute and administer contracts approved by the Board of Commissioners. So are these done, are we backloading? Could you just explain this to the listening audience, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stan Wilson, Community Development Director. Each year with our federal home money, HUD requires a 15% set aside to community housing development organizations. For the years 2017 through 2020, they waived that requirement. So they reinstated it in 2021, and so now we're putting the money back into that funding category.
Thank you.
Let's vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes unanimously. 22-0248, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, request approval to utilize a cooperative purchasing agreement to provide a customized mobile vehicle unit for community outreach efforts.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Questions, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Hall.
Trying to make sure I have an understanding of the passage of this resolution as to what it improves to the lives of the citizens of Fulton County. I know there is an emphasis on the underserved minority communities, so I definitely can support it. However, could you speak to what the mobile vehicle will be specifically used for? And I would say at this present time, would you consider this to be an extremely important need for the county?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. This is a purchase as a part of a grant from the Department of Minority Health that the Department of Behavioral Health received. And one of the key items in their grant was the acquisition of a special vehicle for the purpose of outreach in minority communities. It will be equipped with special assessment rooms, other resources and services in partnership with several partners, including the Board of Health. And the purpose is to ensure that the Department of Behavioral Health can take this information, resources, assessments, and other services into the community.
So would you agree that it would be likened to maybe a mobile health unit, not health unit, but mental health unit to the minority communities to get more individuals to seek maybe behavior or mental health services?
Yes, ma'am. It will include assessment services for behavioral health services as a part of one of the service offerings, and it is 100% grant funded.
Okay, and my last question to you is as far as what communities it will be dispatched to, is there a criteria that would be adhered to as to what communities it will be dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am. As a part of the grant application, there was criteria for low to moderate income communities, those that have documented health disparities, high rates of COVID impact. And so those were some of the criteria that were used and identified in the grant application.
And so my last final question to you, and thank you, Dr. Rochelle, is for instance, in District 6, if we wanted the unit to come out for a particular area that may meet all that criteria, we would just go through your office?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be housed in the Department of Behavioral Health. And yes, that office will be the gatekeeper, the keeper of the mobile unit and the scheduler.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was so happy to see this. My Chief of Staff, Anita Harris, saved it to talk to me about, and she said, you're gonna love something that's on the agenda this time because of you being known as the mobile unit advocate. And everyone knows from Mr. County Manager and Dr. Rochelle back when she was the head of senior services, and Sharon, everyone knows that I've been an advocate for these mobile units because I really believe that when you have a heart of service, you don't sit in your cushy office in the summertime in the air conditioning. You don't sit in your office in the wintertime in the heat. You go to the streets and you take those services and programs to the people. And so this is just right in line with the mobile unit requests that I've had in the past for WorkSource Fulton, which I'm so thankful to Mr. County Manager and Dr. Rochelle and Samir and Brett for, they went and literally got a bus. I remember you guys talking about, there's a bus in another state, we're gonna go get it and we'll fix it up. And so I'm happy to see this behavioral health mobile unit during a time where the APS superintendent and Fulton County schools and the private and charter schools are talking about what's going on throughout our county at the schools with the young people. They're in depression and they're having behavioral health issues, and it's not all due to COVID. There were issues that were already present, but COVID just heightened that. And there's so much going on right now, and we need to reach them. I was told that, you know, the schools may or may not have a nurse's office, and when they do, there's only one person present. It's not enough. So this will help us in our effort to really serve the youth and their families. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, 22-0249, Public Works, request approval of an MOU with Georgia Department of Transportation for main relocations to construct bridge replacements at Pitts Road, Roberts Road, and Kimball Bridge Road.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0250, request approval of a IGA with City of Johns Creek for water main relocations associated with the replacement of an existing bridge along Bell Road.
The motion on the floor is to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. No questions, let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0251, request approval of an IGA, City of Johns Creek, for water main relocations associated with the Rivermont Parkway improvements.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0252, request approval of an IGA with the City of Johns Creek for water facility relocation associated with the Bice Road improvements.
Motion to approve, what?
No.
Did you vote yes?
Yeah,
All right,
we'll put
record
down for
Commissioner
yes.
Hall is voting yes. All right, on this item, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Strike that Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any questions or comments? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0253, request approval of a MOU with Georgia Department of Transportation for the adjustment of 32 sanitary sewer manholes associated with resurfacing of Roswell Road.
Is there a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman? Please vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0254, Public Works, request approval of an IGA, City of Alpharetta and North Fulton Community Improvement District for water main relocations associated with the Davis Drive roadway and sidewalk extensions.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. Five yeas, 0 nays. On page 12, 22-0255, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Milton for water main relocations associated with the intersection improvement of Hopewell Road.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0256, State Court, request approval to extend Green Court Legal Technologies, LLC, into state court.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0257, Medical Examiner, requests approval of a contract to provide part-time and intermediate pathology or autopsy services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Commissioners' action items, 22-0258, request approval of resolution approving a right of access license agreement between Fulton County and the City of South Fulton for the purpose of granting temporary access to the Wolf Creek Amphitheater and Southwest Arts Center, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, this will allow the City of South Fulton to use the amphitheater for an upcoming, I think it's 5th year anniversary, plus there's a Juneteenth celebration, I believe. In the meantime, there are ongoing discussions between our county attorney and their city attorney. They are very, very close to a final agreement. Should that happen before the expiration of this agreement, the new agreement will take precedent over this one. So this will assist them in having access, as is, to the amphitheater once approved. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like for the county attorney, just for the constituents that are listening right now, could you please tell them, I know the chairman put it, but I would like for you to put it in layman's terms so they will understand this is temporary, and should something arise that will, that's an agreement, then it will, legally, it will do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. As Chairman Pitts was saying, the item that is before the board today for vote is through the Juneteenth celebration. It is something that will allow the city to be able to use the facility for its upcoming planned events, and it just gives us a little more time to finalize the lease agreement that we are very close to finalizing, which, once that comes online, would take the place of this permit.
And so this is a one-time use permit that allows the City of South Fulton to use the Wolf Creek Amphitheater for up into the Juneteenth celebration. And if there is not an agreement reached by the county and City of South Fulton, that agreement, that one-time use permit will expire, correct?
The expiration of this item is the earlier of after the Juneteenth celebration that's currently planned, or when the lease is executed, whichever comes first.
And so if there is not a lease executed, it will expire. That's what I'm trying to get an understanding, because someone just texted me that question, and I just want to make sure that the constituents understand. Best case scenario is that there will be a lease, and you won't have to revisit this. However, if that lease has not been executed and is past the Juneteenth celebrations, then it will just be in a whole, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please just, for the listening audience, please.
To respond to your question, it is correct. If there is not a lease in place at the time when the Juneteenth celebration occurs, this right of access will expire. However, we fully anticipate that there will be a lease in place.
Thank you.
All right, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 12, 22-0260, request approval of resolution to approve salary supplements for state-paid staff in the Office of the District Attorney, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second?
I'll second it. This wasn't addressed in the earlier? Okay.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, if we could, just a quick explanation of what this covers, who this covers, and what the estimated cost might be.
Which, are we on the item?
260.
for- Okay, 260. This. Which one is 260? This is for, state court? Okay, so this item will cover the district attorney's ability to provide supplements for her department. I believe, it's my understanding that it covers a small number of employees who are non-attorneys, so investigators and other staff, but it doesn't have a budgetary impact in that her discretion is limited to the budget that she already has. So within the confines of her budget, she would have the ability to provide these supplements.
And we have this retroactive, Commissioner Hall, to January 1st of 2021. Is that correct? Is that a good thing?
Kenneth Herman actually sent everyone a memo concerning the number of positions, the total amount of funding incurred and everything. Mr. Herman, if you could speak to that just to give some clarity.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. To answer Commissioner Morris' conversation, a question about retroactivity. So we do have two employees one employee that has inadvertently got the supplement ahead of time. So we're trying to clean up that record now with this resolution. We thought we had the authority, but that authority that the board granted in the previous resolution was only for the ADAs. But inadvertently, the DAs provided a supplement to a senior investigator, so now we're trying to clean it up and provide and extend the authority to the ADA to also provide county supplements to other state employees that she may have that are not ADAs. Did I answer your question, Commissioner Morris?
And again, retroactive to January 1 of 21.
Yes, Commissioner.
And about how many folks is this? I saw the memo now, I can't find it. But
Again, so the employees are already receiving it. This is to, quote unquote, perfect the record to make sure that.
they've already been receiving it.
That's correct.
Okay, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to add something? You done? No. All right, let's vote, please.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, 22-0261, request approval of resolution to approve salary supplements for state-paid staff employed in the Superior Court of the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Commissioners' full board appointments, 22-0262, sponsored by Commissioner Morris, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County, North Side, submitted names for the Board of Commissioners' consideration to terms ending April 1st, 2026.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Any questions? Everybody understands how this works out, so. Okay, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0263, External Affairs, presentation of the 2022 legislative agenda.
Ms. Corbett, andale, vámonos.
Heard you practicing your Spanish, Mr. Chairman.
Don't need any practice.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is our last legislative update till we come back to you with our 2023, our last state, thank you, Ms. Calhoun, state update. So we wanted to give you an update with the session that wrapped up last Monday and just go over some of the highlights and then answer any questions. Next slide, please. So again, as we do every time, these are the priorities that were adopted by the board last fall as we prepared for this session, and we'll go over some of these in a little more detail. Next. The budget is one of the most important things that the General Assembly undertakes, and we've had a lot of discussion today about the impact of changes for constitutional officers in the state government. Of course, pay raises for teachers, very important. And also an increase in refund to taxpayers that will be part of everyone's income taxes. Next slide. There's been a lot of discussion about the Mental Health Parity Act, and I wanted to address some of the ways that this legislation will affect us specifically. This was one of the most important pieces of legislation adopted this year. It was bipartisan support in both chambers. And the members who brought this forward acknowledged that this is one of a number of bills that will need to be addressed, need to be adopted to address mental health issues in Georgia. In addition to what's on here on the slide, I want to specifically call out funding because that was brought up earlier. There are several places where funding is built in either competitive or formula grants, funding for accountability courts and things like that. Commissioner Hausman talked earlier about the outreach for the 988. That is part of the budget as well. Criminal Justice Council, et cetera. We also, next slide, please. We also had a few questions about how this would impact Fulton County as an employer because we have thousands of people in our health insurance plan and there could be some cost impact. So through the finance department, they checked in with Siegel, which provides consulting services for the county. And because the county is already in compliance with the federal parity legislation, that we do not anticipate any cost impact significantly. So that was good news for us. This is in alignment with our values and commitment to mental health services for our residents. So we feel like this is generally a very positive piece of legislation for Fulton County and for our residents. Next slide. Also want to highlight here one very important piece of legislation related to Medicaid and women's health, the postpartum coverage under Medicaid for up to 1 year after delivery. We know that maternal mortality rates in Fulton County are somewhat higher than we would like to see, not only here but across Georgia. So that was important legislation. Again, reimbursement rates in community health. So there's a lot to unpack under healthcare that may not be directly affecting our operations, but does affect the people who live here. Next slide, please. Again, behavioral health, we've talked a lot about this, and there are some other areas. A psychiatric advance directive is another important piece of legislation. And then the Georgia Behavioral Health and Peace Officer Co-Responder Act requires counties to list law enforcement agencies who respond to emergency calls. Now that we're in the implementation phase of legislation, we will be working with the law department and county departments to make sure that they're implementing this legislation and have some debriefing time with them. Next slide, please. So the most important election bill that passed was Senate Bill 441, and I'm sure you all were monitoring. There was a lot of things put in the bill, taken out, put in again, taken out. At the end of the day, Senate Bill 441 authorizes the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as the agency responsible for investigating election-related claims and if there are charges of fraud or doubt about the results of an election. GBI did, in fact, work with the Secretary of State's office after the 2020 election. They interviewed people here, so this wasn't entirely surprising. It also talks about production of evidence. There were a lot of things that were in other versions of the bill that did not end up in the final. Next slide, please. Next, please. I think we may have skipped over. No, we're in the right place, sorry. That was me. Go back, please. Forward. All right, forward. Thank you. 10. Thank you. Sorry about that, I got mixed up. So here we've got several issues related to courts and gang activity. This is one that I believe Madam DA supported. There has been a lot of discussion about constitutional carry, which was signed by Governor Kemp yesterday. We have been in touch with Judge Johnson about what the public information needs to be moving forward as so-called gun permits, which are concealed carry permits, are essentially done away with under constitutional carry. That is a big area of activity, although there are many other things that the probate court does. Also, some legislation related to 911 that we think is very important, and we'll be working with that department on that bill. Next slide. Development Authority per diems was one piece of legislation. Representative Oliver out of DeKalb passed this legislation. Again, it just provides some guidance for what those would look like, as well as legislation about creation of regional authorities. Next slide, please. On Senate Bill 435, this is about the so-called COVID vaccine passports, and those are prohibited. So that is for 1 year. Thank you, Fran. Next, please. We want to specifically call out House Bill 836. This was the bill that was introduced last year that would have annexed the so-called cheese slice, the remaining area of unincorporated Fulton that was proposed to be annexed into the city of Atlanta. The city ultimately decided not to pursue this. They wanted to look at some feasibility. So Fulton County still has that responsibility for serving that remaining unincorporated portion of Fulton County that is north of I-20.
So, excuse me, any
yes, sir.
indication as to whether the city will pursue that, or can we keep it and develop it? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, the county doesn't own that property. Those are other property owners. But it isn't really clear what the city's long-term intentions are.
Okay, all right.
But we are in discussion with their Intergovernmental Affairs Office, and we'll keep you all posted.
But during the interim, we still have responsibility for it.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Also, speaking of annexation, this is primarily an issue outside of Fulton County, but it does also, there were changes in annexation law that provide school systems a greater opportunity to participate in that process. Next slide, please. This is legislation about procurement for public works-related matters. Both Ms. Whitaker and Mr. Clark gave some feedback on this. Ultimately, we believe it is workable legislation, but this is one we've been tracking. Next slide. I won't go over these. These are two bills that did not pass, but just wanted to provide those for information. Next, please. Again, income tax changes. The homestead exemption legislation here specifically provides an additional would provide, if adopted by voters, an additional senior homestead exemption for Fulton County school system taxes. And that will be on the November ballot. Next slide, please. Again, Veterans Affairs, and Ms. Calhoun, I don't know if you want to add anything to any of these, but essentially we know that Veterans Affairs are matters that this board is interested in, and really just wanted to provide you with an update. Next slide, please. There will be a number of study committees that we will be tracking. Music, heritage is one, affordable housing, a major issue here. Law enforcement salaries, we've had a lot of discussion about public servant compensation, cannabis issues. Also want to mention that the existing mental health reform study committee that has been in effect for a couple of years has also been extended, and that has really been the genesis of a lot of the behavioral health legislation that has come forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Fran Calhoun, External Affairs. I would like to just add 2 footnotes regarding a couple of these study committees. SR 477, the Joint Georgia Music Heritage Study Committee, will be comprised of 14 members. The President of the Senate will appoint 6, and the Speaker of the House will appoint 8. There certainly is an opportunity here, should the Board of Commissioners want to send a letter regarding one of those appointments as a Fulton seat. That is an opportunity that we might want to consider. And then also, we want to let you know that SR 615 is a...
Just on the next slide, please.
I'm sorry, next slide, forgive me.
So go back to the Georgia Music Heritage, that one?
Yes, sir.
This is a budget question. Was there money in the budget for the Grammy Museum?
I would defer to you, Madam CFO.
It was on the list, Mr. Chairman, to be considered.
It was $7 million to make it? You don't know whether it made it or not?
It did not. It was $3 million is what was on the list for part of the mid-year review.
Thank you.
Okay, may I proceed? Okay. SR 615 is a Senate version of the House bill that you supported previously that had been sponsored by Representative Bodie. And so I just want to at least echo here that we will be looking at homeowner and condo associations this summer. And then finally, the third one actually is, let's see here, forgive me. There is an opportunity for us to opine on SR 659, which is a Senate study committee on unsheltered homelessness. This was a compromise bill that came from a bill that was a preemptive bill for local governments that was to ban, quote unquote, unsheltered homelessness and then prevent local governments from using public funds for permanent supportive housing. And so we will be following this study committee. There certainly is an opportunity for us to weigh in via a letter, Mr. Chairman and board members, as to some of the ways that, of course, permanent supportive housing is utilized by Fulton County to get ahead of the game and to provide any testimony. That concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
That's it?
Fran. I think there's one last slide. These are a few resolutions, primarily for informational purposes. I don't think we have any call-outs here, and we can take any questions.
That's it?
Yes, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
are there questions? Any questions? All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I got just a few here. Let me get back in my notes. So on the constitutional carry stuff, are y'all going to bring something back to us about kind of what that means for our services we're providing? And because I mean, I know they provide more services than just, you know, carry permits and all that, but it's a high volume of the services. And I think maybe the only services they're providing at certain locations right now.
Do you want to talk to that?
And when does that go into effect? I guess, you know, that's the other thing. I know it was signed, but when does that go into effect?
So I'm not sure, we were just chatting about that offline. I'm not sure that she hasn't already stopped to some degree, because I was sending a friend to be fingerprinted this week and was told it wasn't available at North Annex. So give us an opportunity by the next meeting to come back with how does this affect their services and their locations.
I mean, I guess there could be a desire for people to still access them if they need them in other states, right?
I think that's something that we reached out to Judge Johnson and asked about, for example, what content on our website. That is one of the top web pages that the public visits. And so we just need, as the county manager said, just a moment to align with the probate judge and make sure we're.
Okay. So
there may be a reason to continue to do it for reciprocity for other states.
Right.
That I don't know. I haven't heard. Again, I'm not sure.
All right, well, so we might be going in a little bit of, you know, I don't say chaos mode, but a little bit confusion mode for, until we got to get that sort of settled out for people. Okay.
Right, we'll bring something back at the next meeting.
On the bottom of page 11, I realize this is something that didn't pass, but I don't know if there was any language in this particular piece of legislation that we might could pull out of in terms of the continuing ed courses that they were contemplating requiring for development authorities. So if somebody could look at that, and if there are some things there, I would be interested in knowing what they were specifically noting and whether that might be something we might want to consider, maybe not mandating, but at least urging that be a requirement of our development authority for continuing ed. On the bottom of page 16, there's a $10,000 homestead exemption. I guess this was able to be passed without a referendum, or is this calling for a referendum?
It's my understanding, Commissioner Ellis, that this will require a referendum for the November election, but I will verify that.
Okay.
I didn't review that specific provision.
Okay. All right. Certainly, if it's not a referendum, I'd be interested in knowing kind of how they were able to do that, I guess, and then when it would go into effect.
I believe it does require a referendum in November.
Okay. And then on that, let's see, a couple more here. And so there is also a study committee. I know there was some stuff passed on the development authorities, caps on some fees and ability to create a regional development authority and some stuff like that. But so there is a study committee for this on development authorities as well that was authorized. I'd be, you know, interested in us sort of following that one.
Okay. We'll make sure we send those notices.
As well as the other one that you mentioned, the
Thank you.
659, so. I think that's all I've got. And I think what you were referencing on 477, there was nothing in, the state didn't fund any money for this Grammy Museum. Was that the question you were asking, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Were you asking whether the state had put any money in their budget for the Grammy
I
Museum?
had heard that they had put in $7 million, which I found interesting and surprising. I wanted to confirm that.
Okay, but the state did not. That's what we're referring to as the state ask, not accounting portion.
Okay. Ms. Calhoun.
Good afternoon again. There was debate on funding, and so we'll verify whether that funding made it through the final cut of the budget and get back to you on what that exact number is, Mr. Chairman.
So what question was our CFO answering?
About whether the county had a contribution.
Yeah, I was talking about our budget. My apologies.
Okay. All right, that's all I got.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I think the permitless carry bill actually took effect when the governor signed it the other day.
I believe you are correct, Commissioner Hausman. What I am not clear on is, Ms. Calhoun let me know there is a reciprocity bill, and so what we would like to verify with Judge Johnson is there any activity at all in the probate court related to concealed carry permits, or is that function completely eliminated? So those are a couple of things that we would like to talk to her about, but I believe you're correct that, or I know you're correct that legislation took effect immediately.
And you know, we had plans to open up an office at Maxwell. Maybe this is one time, just one time, where we didn't need to do what we were planning to do, since we haven't done it anyway. But I would like an update on what's happening with that. Can you give it to me now, or you?
No.
Don't answer my question. Okay.
No, I'm not happy to. Well, where we are is, you know, we've done the specking of the space because we had to move some offices around. And we've done some estimating of the cost. Joe may actually have some more detail on that. So there has been some work done since the last time we had our conversation. Joe, do you have a quick update on the construction side?
Yes, we're at a point now where we're ready to move forward with the first phase, which is moving Public Works upstairs. We're trying to identify the funding for that now. That is the piece of this entire puzzle that actually sets the foundation for all the other subsequent phases to move forward. So we're at the precipice of being able to move forward.
Well, you know, I feel strongly that we need to utilize that facility. So I'm happy that we're doing that, but I do think we probably should take a look at if that's the proper use. If we're moving more services up there, is that really needed at this point? Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Okay, since we're asking about new space, can someone in the county, maybe the county manager, you can answer this. Last year, there was a resolution for the feasibility of senior high-rises, and I believe they were in district, the senior center, I think they were in Commissioner Lee Moore's district, Vice Chair Liz Hausman, and also I think it may even been Commissioner Bob Ellis. But at any rate, we never got information back about it. And so the actual senior center in South Fulton, have we broke ground on that already?
No, ma'am. What we were planning to do now is we're looking at if you recall, the building that the county bought at 4700 North Point in Alpharetta, we used for all of our COVID response. Now that that's winding down, and as soon as we move the equipment out of that building, we're going to plan for something that will be a Health and Human Services building there, most likely have as a major component a senior center set of offerings, and I can defer to Dr. Rochelle. Likewise, and we've got actually a call with the two commissioners for 1 and 2 on that on Friday. Then in a like manner, we're going to develop something that will mirror that for South Fulton. And we have been talking about the location that we own that's across from the South Annex. I'm not sure if that's the best location or not, so we haven't gotten that far down the path. But using that same template, maybe a 100,000 square foot building, is a senior center as a anchor tenant, and then a set of other services that would be complementary to that. Dr. Rochelle, you speak better to it than I did. But.
No, Mr. Manager, you covered the basics. So the reason it's called HHS North and South is because it is much more than senior services is the concept. And so senior services is one component. It would also include behavioral health offerings, DUI court. It would also include some Board of Health services, and we're looking at an opportunity to provide some sort of primary care. So it's very conceptual. No partners or anyone has been contacted. The difference in north and south, as the county manager indicated, is that the north facility is a standing facility and is in a much different place as far as planning. The other facility, we would need to do some more feasibility and research to move that forward.
Yeah, I was wondering because I remember that we had a resolution that we were supposed to just go countywide and look at the feasibility of those districts plus South Fulton. But it sounds to me that the one in North Fulton you all are about to pull the trigger on, and the one in South Fulton you're still working on, if that particular site will serve the purpose of what you're trying to do. Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Anything else, Ms. Corbett?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk?
The next item is Commissioner Arrington, since you want to do that one, the Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority.
Did he leave?
Okay, the next item is 22-0265, discussion, update on status of the preparation for May primary elections, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you. And I know that we've got a small PowerPoint, I think, that was shared with us. Do y'all have access to that? And I guess before we get started, just sort of welcome Director Williams, sort of a new day, and we welcome your leadership. And I thought it was good, and I did want to make a comment just for these comments that, for this presentation, that we as a board of directors, we do not oversee the elections. That's the role of the Board of Elections. Our role is in hiring of the director, and that's definitely been a point of confusion for the past year or so. And probably is that point of confusion has probably held us back from being further along than where we are right now. But be that as may on that, that's really our role, and then also approving budgetary items. I do think this topic is certainly very important. We certainly get a lot of commentary on it. I think all of us want us to have a cycle which is as clean as possible. And before our director gets started, and I don't know if they're listening or not, but I mean, I'll just personally say I've been a little bit disappointed with the engagement of all of our Board of Elections members when it comes to the day-to-day activities of elections. And I feel like there's an opportunity for them to engage, and I'm speaking about both the Democrats and the Republicans, every one of them that are on that Board of Elections, to engage and lean into this a little bit more heavy into the operational aspects of elections and supporting our team and asking meaningful questions, because I don't see the type of activity that I would have hoped to have seen come out of that group. So with that, really what I'd asked for was just a kind of a briefing for our board as we're heading into the primaries about kind of where we're at and when it comes to, staffing, number of employees, early voting, et cetera. So looks like you've got a nice deck sort of prepared for us to kind of walk us through that, if you could. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Today I will be presenting the procedures for the Department of Registration and Elections in preparation for the May 24th general primary election. Next slide, please. Advanced voting will be held May 2nd to May 30th. Our Board of Registration and Elections approved usage of 30 advanced voting locations to include 7 absentee drop-off locations. The dates and hours and locations, which include Sunday voting, have been posted on the county website to inform voters of all available locations. There will be a total of 250 Election Day locations. We are continuing to encourage voters to visit the Secretary of State My Voter page for their assigned Election Day location and voter information. Please be advised that we are aware that the Commissioner's offices, County Manager's offices, and our department as well has received phone calls in regards to discrepancies or missing information on the Secretary of
My Voter Page website. Please be advised that My Voter Page site is operated by the Secretary of State. Therefore, we're not fully aware of what has caused the discrepancies, but the Department of Registration Elections has made the SOS Election Division aware, and they are diligently making corrections to their website. But we do encourage voters to continue to revisit the My Voter Page website or to call our office for their voter information. Next slide, please. 4 temporary staff agencies have been contracted to assist with recruitment of over 200 temporary staff persons. Meetings have been held with each staffing agency separately to streamline the onboarding process. Links to each staff agency have been added by position to the Fulton County website to simplify the application process. The temp agencies are actively recruiting, and we are on target to fill vacant positions by their onboarding dates. Next slide, please. Recruitment is being finalized for over 300 advanced voting workers and over 2,500 election day workers. Recruitment has included conducting municipal recruitment fairs by our voter education team for all available position types. The recruitment is on target, and in case of personal circumstances change for those that are recruited, the county manager strategy team is assisting in securing reserves of county employees from various departments. Recruitment of all staff and reserves is on target and to be completed in the next few weeks. Next slide, please. I'm taking into account feedback from our poll workers and our Board of Registration and Elections. Our poll worker training program has a modified curriculum to ensure all poll worker positions are receiving clear and concise hands-on training. Our new elections officer has implemented a poll worker university kiosk, which offers one-on-one training for any poll worker who wants additional instruction. In-person training is currently underway for election day and advanced voting, and we will continue to conduct poll worker training until all poll workers are trained by election day. Next slide, please. Logic and accuracy testing of election equipment began on April the 8th and will be conducted at the Election Preparation Center in Hateville Warehouse. Per election code, the location and time of LNA has been advertised in the AJC and on the county website. Logic and accuracy testing is always open to the public for observation. Deployment of advanced voting equipment will begin on April 26th, and deployment of election day equipment will begin on May 16th. Next slide, please. The construction planning phases for the election central are currently underway. The anticipated completion date is to be determined. In the interim, temporary warehouse spaces will remain until after the June election at the Election Preparation Center and the Hateville Warehouse. After the June election, the temporary space will include the Election Preparation Center and pending space at Greenbrier Mall. The Department of Real Estate and Asset Management is diligently working on securing those spaces. Next slide, please. Okay, temporary staff have been onboarded for the absentee division and are processing absentee ballots applications as received. Based on like elections, we anticipate the request for absentee ballots to remain low. Therefore, the status of onboarding additional temporary absentee workers is pending. The overseas military ballots, UOCAVA, were mailed out by the election code deadline. To date, we have received over 2,000 absentee ballot applications and will ensure absentee ballots are mailed to voters starting on April 25th as required by election code. Next slide, please. Redistricting was completed on April 3rd as of this presentation, when this presentation was drafted. After this presentation was drafted, our election division deemed it necessary to go back into redistricting to make edits and accuracy. Therefore, it was completed today, April 13th. Redistricting cards will be mailed when received by the SOS, and we anticipate the cards will be mailed by April 24th. In an effort to communicate with voters and to keep voters informed, the Communications Department has created a landing page on the Fulton County website with additional information regarding redistricting, which includes links to maps created by GIS and the SOS My Voter page. Next slide, please. The possible runoff election is scheduled for June 24th. Election day and advance vote locations will be determined by the contest requiring a runoff election. If a statewide election is required, we will utilize the same amount of locations that we're using for the May 24th election, 30 advance voting locations and 250 election day locations. Next, we've also received commitments from the May 24th poll workers if to work for the June 24th election if necessary. Next slide, please. Okay, Commissioners, I'd like to take time to point out the future vision and direction of our department. The current slide lists some of the many items we would like to enhance or implement moving forward. We will have a full implementation of our equipment and inventory system to ensure accuracy of equipment and supply and retention files, creation of a poll worker newsletter for better communication with poll workers, one-on-one training for poll workers upon request. Our voter education team will continue to conduct recruitment affairs throughout Fulton County. A Six Sigma business process review will be conducted prior to November 2022 election. We will implement a poll worker staffing plan and the creation of Elections University to provide education for voters of the election internal processes once Election Central is constructed. And these are just a few of the enhancements that are underway or will commence later this year. Next slide, please. Okay, we thank you for your time and support. That concludes our presentation, and we'll take any questions at this time.
I had two questions, if you don't mind, before you pass on. On the absentee piece, I noticed you noted you expected to be down, and I think we've got, 10 staff there. If it started to ramp up, do you have a contingency plan to bring in additional staff as needed?
We
and
do.
Have them trained?
Yes, we do. It is allocated with one of our staffing agencies, and they know that they have reserves to bring them in if need be.
Okay. On the one piece, and maybe you spoke to it, but it didn't look like it was necessarily a direct slide on it, that I know I've gotten feedback on the past couple of cycles, and it's not consistent, but it's more spotty. And that was really on the logistics for pre-election day. Many of the workers had expressed frustration to me about not knowing whether their stuff was going to show up and being stressed out about that, and was it going to arrive in time before the location closed down, that sort of thing. So in terms of just the logistics for getting equipment and everything to the election day sites, in that process, have we made any changes there to ensure that that's a more smooth and consistent process throughout the county?
We have a platform called Sidle that our poll workers can log into. The actual delivery of equipment schedule is posted on that site, so they'll be able to see exactly when their equipment is being delivered. I believe some of the frustration was with our poll pad delivery, but we've had some internal processes put in place, so we won't have that issue again.
So that system is new, that site?
The Sidle, we've enhanced it, so yes, it is new.
Okay, so that'll be new for the workers. They'll
Yes.
see that. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Vice Chair Hausman.
Nadine, I think that first of all, congratulations. I think you're going to do a great job, but I would be remiss if I didn't tell you I have a concern. Back in January, when a lot of conversation was around an elections director, my biggest fear that we would come up to election day and not have an elections director. Now, that's not your fault, so I'm not laying it at your feet. What I'm telling the listening public is that I apologize because my office has filled over 150 people that have called in with concerns. They've even called in and asked what's in place to keep any of us from interfering with you all doing your job. And so I would be remiss if I didn't say that's a concern of mine, that we don't have an elections director. We don't. And Fulton County being the largest county in the state of Georgia, that's a black eye that's on us. You can be Republican or you can be Democrat, but at the end of the day, we should have somebody at the top. Now, what I'm asking you, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, because I have full faith in you, but I've got to ask you this. What are we doing? Remember, I think we had 30-something drop boxes. It's dropped down to 7, right? What are we doing to make sure that the voters of Fulton County know the hours of those drop boxes, and now that it's only 7, as to where their locations are?
That information is posted on our website, and also our communications department will have it in the mailer that they send out to every household.
Now, I know that a lot of the money that you all had been able to use before was money because of SB 202 you cannot use anymore. What I'm asking is, at the end of the day, are we fully funded? Do we have staffing issues? And is there anything as a board that we should be looking at now? I am so tired of us being in the news about this. Now, I will say, when I say that to you, I've had a couple of town halls. I've seen how you all have come out and told people, especially with the issue of the voter precinct card. Because I was getting calls saying that Fulton County was sending that out, and thank you for accommodating those calls when I talked to your department about it. But people are getting third-party mailings that have absolutely nothing to do with Fulton County. But then it's being said that Fulton County is sending it out. And so what are we doing that we can control? Because we cannot control the Secretary of State's office and what they do. What are we doing to control, to make sure the base of Fulton County from one end, whether it's south to the north, that they know where their precinct is?
Well, the redistricting cards have not been mailed as of yet. So when we receive those from the SOS, we will, they'll be mailed out to voters. Anything that we mail, we would like the public to know that comes with our logo. We want it to be clear that if it comes from Fulton County, it would have the logo. If it does not have the logo, it's not from Fulton County. But we're ensuring that that happens, and we prefer that people just continue to check our website, because all the information is listed on our website.
And finally, I know that we don't have mobile vehicles, whereas before we were able to take them out in the community for people to vote. We know that's not a reality anymore. However, I don't think that the public knows, especially those that are seniors or those that are challenged, that need their ID copies of it. And so it is my understanding, and I just want you to confirm this, it is my understanding that the mobile units that are out in certain areas of need will assist with copying. Once the person shows their information and everything, they will assist with the community to make sure those copies are made. Is that true?
That is correct.
Thank you for that. I'm praying that we don't have any issues. A lot of the stuff is not in you all's control, but I know that you all will do the best you can. At the end of the day, I appreciate all the employees as well as you and those that work very hard for us to have a safe and fraud-free election. Thank you.
Vice Chair Huntsman.
Good afternoon again. First of all, I want to commend y'all on the poll worker fairs that you did throughout the county. I went to 1 or 2 of them, and there was a lot of excitement and a lot of energy, and it looks like you had good participation from the community. What is the were you able to place everyone that came out to those fairs, or how's that going?
It's going very well. We've made them a priority to make sure those people are placed. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I apologize about
That's
that,
fine.
but I can email that to you. But we have made sure those people have priority placement.
Well, if you're taking the time to come out on a Saturday morning somewhere to do that, that means you're really interested, so I'm glad of that. The question earlier about the absentee ballots and the different functions, are we using any community members for those functions, or are those only staffing folks?
No, any position that we have is open to the community. The community can go on our website and apply through the temp agency. All the links are there under every position that they can apply. Even though they're onboarded by the temp agency, it's open to all residents or people from adjacent counties as well.
Well, it's just another one of those things that people are chatting about. So if you could just let us know, perhaps, what the facts are, who's getting staffed where, and where they're coming from, that might be helpful to, communicate to the community. And then I think you mentioned that all of the changes have been made in the system at this point?
Yes, we did confirm redistricting this morning.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a copy of a candidate's voter card that doesn't show him in the office location that he's running for. It's a split precinct. I mean, it's just, this is from this morning. I just, there could be small pockets, as you know, of problems out there. And so I'd rather let you know about it than have it go all the way to Election Day and then really be a problem.
Is it from the My Voter Page website?
Yes.
Yeah, as I said earlier, that website is not under our control. It's under the Secretary of State's website. They are aware that there are some glitches, and they're diligently working on it. My own precinct was not showing a few weeks ago, and they corrected that problem. But yes, we have no authority over the My Voter Page website. But
I
the
understand
SOS is
that,
working
but
on
since
that.
this guy's a candidate and they reached out to me this morning when they verified it, I want to make sure that that one gets corrected.
Yes.
It could be a whole half a precinct or something, I don't know.
Okay, if you email that information to me,
Yeah,
we will
we'll get it
research
to you. Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Any other questions?
Oh, Chairman, I'm sorry. I meant to ask you, and you may have already said this, will a mailer go out from Fulton County and approximately, for the listening audience, approximately when do you think it's going to go out?
I would have to defer that question to communications, because they're the ones who process the mailer.
Okay, thank you.
Have received the quotes. We've been working with Ms. Strong Whitaker. So we are prepared to send that to them this week to begin production so that it hits during that early part, either right before or in the first few days of early voting. And that's something we've done for the last 2 years. It includes all of the early voting dates. It includes where the drop boxes are located. It encourages voters to check the My Voter page, reminding them that their districts may have changed. And it also includes the absentee ballot deadlines.
So we're looking maybe around the week of the 28th, maybe somewhere
Yes.
around in there?
And they'll be doing, the printers will be printing and mailing as they go, because it is about 500,000 pieces. So some people may get them, over the course of a few days.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to, while I'm here, also congratulate Nadine, who I've known for more than 20 years, and I'm really proud of her to see her in this role.
Thank you, Nadine.
All right, Commissioner Hall?
I want to congratulate you too, Nadine, and I want to just be clear that you are the director right now. You're the interim director, and you're doing an awesome job. And to just encourage you to keep up the good work. We all know that you're picking up a mantle that is very heavy, and that there's a lot of mess and confusion that has gone on, but you are the right one for the job right now. So I want to encourage you to continue to do the work. And I'm glad to hear about the communications. I heard you say a minute ago about the redistricting cards, that they will inform people about their polling places. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there's been a lot of confusion about that. People have been receiving some information somehow. I think it was a letter that one senior told me that she received, or a card or something that told her about her new polling place. And she said, how in the world did my polling place change from somewhere that I could walk to a place now that I have to drive? I have to find a ride to get to my polling place. And I told her it was because of the redistricting map. And so she said that she called the elections department and was told that you guys were flooded at one point with calls about the polling places. And so I'm really looking forward to these polling cards, these redistricting cards going out so they can know exactly where they need to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0266, Transparency and Accountability in Fulton County, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Clerk. The nature of this was because of the calls that I received to my office. I'm just wondering, Chairman, are we gonna have a quorum for this? Do I need to put this on hold?
You can't, we still have a quorum, but it's up to you whether you want to discuss it today or wait until we have a quorum. We meet next Wednesday.
I think it would be best for me to wait.
Okay, want to hold?
Yes, let's hold that to the next.
Without objection, we'll hold. Madam Clerk, anything else?
We have an item that was moved from the consent agenda on page 2. 22-0208, Development Authority of Fulton County. It was removed by Commissioner Ellis for separate consideration. Commissioner Abdul Rahman nominated Rodney Littles to replace Joanne Potts for a district appointment to an unexpired term ending May 31st, 2025.
Now, this gentleman actually is qualified for this. I'm not sure why it was taken off, but here again, we have other individuals that sit on that board right now that are nowhere as qualified as Mr. Littles, and so I'm not sure why it was taken off. But I would ask that my colleagues understand that this is my board appointment for my area, and we send a message of discrimination when other areas are able to actually appoint someone with no problem, but when Commissioner Khadija appoints someone, now if you didn't get, my understanding yesterday, resumes were sent out, bios were sent out, but this is the second time that this has come up here where there seems to be an issue with my board appointment. So I would just ask that my colleagues, in a sense of fairness, if I can support someone like a Mike Botker, for instance. I'm quite sure that they can support Rodney Littles. And so with that being said, doesn't even look like we have a quorum now, which is no surprise to me. But for the listening audience, Rodney Littles is well-respected in South Fulton. Rodney Littles is a upstanding member of the community and has the qualifications, and I will be bringing him back again.
Okay, you want to hold it or take it?
We can hold it, we can hold it.
All right. Any objections to holding? None, we will hold that item. Anything else to come before us today? No, no further items to come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.